Kalorama, a recorded book's hybrid imprint, presents Democracy Under Fire, Donald Trump and the Breaking of American History by Lawrence R. Jacobs. Read by Michael Butler Murray. 1. The Making of Democratic Vulnerability. January 6th was a disgrace. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell solemnly intoned at the end of Donald Trump's second impeachment trial on February 13th, 2021. American citizens attacked their own government to try to stop a specific piece of Democratic business they did not like. As to the culprit, the U.S. Senate's Republican leader declared that there is no question that President Trump is practically and morally responsible by unleashing the growing crescendo of false statements, conspiracy theories, and reckless hyperbole, which the defeated president kept shouting into the largest megaphone on planet Earth. Trump's disgraceful dereliction of duty on January 6th was a singular threat to American democracy. But his disdain for the rules, procedures, and norms of representative governance was well known before he even ran for president. In the third debate with Hillary Clinton, he refused, as he would 4 years later, to commit to conceding the election if he lost. He spewed unconstitutional and illegal threats, taking away citizenship or imprisoning flag burners, reopening the closed investigation of his Democratic opponent's use of a private email server, and suing the media for news reports he disliked. His disdain for America's rule of law was accompanied by racist and vulgar comments, including his boast during an Access Hollywood tape about grabbing women by the pussy and pressuring married women into having sex. Anticipating Trump's disregard for American law and the Constitution, prominent Republicans in Congress as well as former senior government officials and governors repudiated candidate Trump as unfit as the GOP nominee. The serious misgivings of Republican leaders were confirmed after he entered the Oval Office, though most Republicans planning on a future in politics remained silent or fell in line behind him. President Trump disregarded the norms of self-restraint that undergird democratic governance. He spread 30,573 false or misleading claims, declared the media the enemy of the people, even though it was a bulwark of the First Amendment, and interfered with the legal process by pressuring Attorney General Jeff Sessions, FBI Director James Comey, and White House counsel Donald McGahn to take inappropriate or illegal actions. He launched shady efforts to pressure foreign governments, notably Ukraine, to smear his political rival, Joe Biden, and reward allies with clemency. Trump also accelerated the accretion of presidential power at the expense of Congress by defying its oversight and subpoenas and ignoring its power of the purse by unilaterally spending money to build a southern wall. Even after losing the election and Biden's inauguration, Trump's unfounded charges of vote fraud soiled the legitimacy of elections and spurred misguided Republican efforts to tamper with state election procedures and laws. Given the clear-eyed assessment of candidate Trump by Republican leaders, why did the party nominate him as its presidential candidate in 2016? Why did his contempt for democratic rules, procedures, and norms fail to disqualify him as its presidential candidate? Is there no filter in America's representative system of government to block a dangerous renegade from seeking entry to the Oval Office? Much of the attention paid to Trump's rise to power has focused on his corrosive personality and divisive style of governing. Missing has been an examination of the structure of politics that acquiesced in his rise. The ascendance of Trump is not an aberration, but a predicted, indeed, recurrent, result of a nomination process that sidelined party officials and senior officials and deferred to a relatively small number of ideologically motivated party activists, interest groups, and donors. Worse, the system that handcuffed party leaders from stopping a known renegade is considered democratic. Will government of the people, by the people, for the people, not perish from the earth? As Abraham Lincoln intoned on the blood-drenched soil of Gettysburg? It is vulnerable, and there are few, if any, reliable protections against the future nomination of dangerous candidates by either major political party. The scheme of representation, as James Madison put it in Federalist Paper 10, does not extend party nominations to filter out candidates who threaten the Constitution. It must be erected if democratic political representation is to endure. How did genuine democracy become so vulnerable? Researchers and informed observers frequently point to the Democratic Party reforms in 1969 to 1970 that triggered the adoption of presidential primary elections to select candidates. This episode is important, but the changes were structured by 3 prior political clashes over the form of American democracy since the late 18th century. The Declaration of Independence laid a cornerstone in 1776 for democratic governance by proclaiming the principle that all male citizens are created equal. While the framers of the U.S. Constitution initially disdained political parties as sources of faction, Thomas Jefferson was motivated by his loss to John Adams in the 1796 presidential contest to weaponize nascent parties to create a revolution in mass voting that elected him in 1800. In the 1820s and 1830s, the infamous frontier general Andrew Jackson extended the mobilizing capacity of political parties and added a critical new form of American democracy, the National Party Convention, to choose the presidential candidates, in order to realize the Declaration's promise of political equality. The fourth critical juncture was the quixotic push during the early 20th century's progressive era to restore democracy by establishing direct primaries to end boss control over the party convention. The 4 critical junctures in the development of democratic rules and procedures differed in their immediate contexts, but each confronted the organizing principles of political equality and government authority. James Madison engineered the Constitutional Convention to establish the authority and legitimacy of government, including representative institutions, and contain the strong democracy that erupted in states during the 1780s as farmers, laborers, and other ordinary citizens converted the Declaration's call for political equality into a reality. Madison's double-sided strategy: control the expression of political equality and lay a foundation for representative rules and procedures, was extended by Jackson's political strategist Martin Van Buren, who anchored representative institutions in the political party nomination process in the 1830s. The progressive era is often touted for launching the direct primary, but the fierce and effective opposition to its wide adoption stands out, as do the prophetic warnings of Herbert Croly, one of the intellectual trailblazers of the progressive movement, about its threat to the authority and legitimacy of representative institutions. The tension posed by equality and authority that explicitly preoccupied state builders during America's first 180 years was ignored, or unknown, to the reformers of the Democratic Party in 1969 to 1970. Their embrace of primary elections undermined the authority and legitimacy of the established party structure. The enduring hold of white supremacy tested America's commitment to the principle of political equality. The soaring promises of the Declaration of Independence coexisted with slavery and the Jim Crow state and local laws that remained well into the 20th century. Reformers promised to expand representative democracy by establishing the direct primary but ended up reconstituting America's racial orders first by creating white primaries that kept the Jim Crow South in power until the mid-20th century, and later by dissipating the votes of blacks, indigenous, and other people of color. The critical junctures that changed democratic institutions were accompanied by loud, and at times, well-organized popular campaigns. But it was elite politics that consistently generated tangible reform. Protesters and the police riot at the 1968 Democratic Convention lit up Chicago. Ambitious politicians seized on these events as a pretext to exploit cracks in the party's establishment, in an effort to covertly transform the nomination process and advance their presidential aspirations. If American democracy is going to fend off the next Donald Trump, attention must be focused on restraining governing and political elites within the confines of representative rules and procedures. Elites, not citizens, are chiefly responsible for diminishing the authority and legitimacy of democratic institutions. Democracy under fire's history of the origins of direct primaries and its enveloping of American politics opens a window onto broader themes about the nature and limits of American democracy and economic and racial inequality in political representation. The following 3 sections set the stage for tracing the development of democratic rules and procedures in the coming chapters. We begin by discussing the enormous, often decisive, influence of the candidate nomination process on American democracy today. The following section explores the exaggerated criticisms of citizens in representative democracy and underappreciated threats of governing and political elites. The third section outlines the chapters on each of the 4 historical junctures, and the closing chapters on the consequences of the primary system and reforms to curb its most damaging effects. We close with a word about connecting research on history to contemporary politics. American democracy held hostage by primaries. Representative democracy rests on the bedrock principles of political equality and civil liberties to participate in the rough and tumble world of debating public controversies and making laws. The U.S. Constitution and Bill of Rights laid the institutional foundation for political equality to vote and participate in a range of additional political activities, including organizing and speaking out against government officials and policies. Equal political participation by citizens is essential in a system of representation that considers the wishes and wants of all citizens. Equal activity, Sidney Verba reasons, is crucial for equal consideration, since political activity is the means by which citizens make their needs and preferences known to governing elites and induce them to be responsive. American politics, as it currently stands, violates the foundational principles of political equality and consent of the governed. The hijacking of elections. Primary elections have become gatekeepers that reproduce or multiply political advantage. Some states exclude citizens from voting in primary elections for a party's nominee if they are not members of that party. Even among citizens eligible to participate in primary elections, most abstain. Only a quarter or third of eligible voters participate during presidential election years, and far less during off-election years and less prominent races. Even in the lively 2016 battle to select the Democratic and Republican nominees, only 25.7% of eligible voters participated, which is considerably less than half of the general election turnout of 59.2%. In the election 2 years later, only about 20% turned out, which was a substantial increase over the previous midterm election in 2014. Turnout was also modest in the closely fought 2020 Democratic nomination. Only 13.9% turned out in the decisive South Carolina primary that propelled Biden to winning the nomination. turnout in the big states of Florida, Ohio, and Texas was about 10%. Bernie Sanders targeted Michigan and its working class to reignite his campaign, but turnout remained low. It was more than threefold higher in the general election. Exclusion and abstention are racially concentrated. Participation by people of color in primaries is lower than for whites. In recent primary elections, black turnout has been 15% on average, compared to 25% for whites. The Power of the Few. E. Schnattschneider wrote a slender and initially ignored masterpiece on the tilted pattern of American politics and its source, the limited and biased scope of conflict. Political conflict, he concludes, tends to be privatized among relatively small and unrepresentative factions, instead of socialized to engage the mass of citizens in the political fights that impact their lives. The institutions of American elections bias participation toward the better established and organized. Unrepresentativeness is a consistent pattern in American politics. Voting, contacting government representatives, and a host of other forms of political activities are disproportionately pursued by the white, affluent, and better-educated citizens and those in organized groups. The process of primaries contributes by advantaging organized special interests and ideological factions committed to establishing and entrenching their privileged influence on American politics. While the originators of the primary envisioned more inclusive representation, it shifted power over candidate nominations from party officials to relatively small cliques of advocates on the left and right, special interests pleading for their clients, and deep-pocketed donors and their networks. The Republican Party shifted in a sharply conservative direction, as apparent by the composition of its national presidential conventions. Since the primary system settled in, Republican convention delegates have become far more conservative, rising from 48% of delegates in 1976 to 72% in 2008, and far less moderate, dropping by 45% to 26% during the same period. By comparison, liberals became more present at Democratic national conventions, though only modestly, rising from 40% in 1976 to 43% in 2008. The presence of moderates rose, rather than declined, from 47% to 50% during the same period. Attentive to the incentive structure that guides their careers, candidates concentrate on securing the support of their party activists, interest groups, and donors who serve as convention delegates that choose nominees and fuel their campaigns. Instead of promising patronage, as was common in the old system, the political currency for contemporary candidates to win nomination is to promise unflinching policy commitments. Pro-life advocates search for GOP candidates who commit to appointing social conservative judges, while pro-choice and single-payer health care supporters insist that Democratic nominees embrace their agendas. In the 1972 presidential nomination battle, George McGovern was unable to secure the support of the old New Deal coalition with Labor, and instead mobilized backing where he could get it, the most extreme of the peace groups and the young of the campus, even though the majority did not share their views. After Ronald Reagan was denied the nomination in 1976, he succeeded in 1980 by mobilizing a new right coalition of economic and social conservatives. George H.W. Bush engaged in a particularly striking makeover. After running as a pro-choice candidate during the 1980 presidential nomination contest and losing, he opted for a pro-life position in 1988 and won the nomination and general election. Once elected, Democrats or Republicans who refuse to abide by the policy demands of networks of activists, organized groups, and donors face a stark choice: retire in anticipation of a dismal future, or prepare to be primaried by groups who recruit and bankroll challengers. Even politicians who devoted years to advancing the agendas of activists have been unceremoniously tossed by Club for Growth, FreedomWorks, MoveOn.org, and other ideological activists and donors if they compromise on a single salient issue. The name Bob Bennett brings shivers among his colleagues in the U.S. Senate. Senator Bennett represented Utah in the U.S. Senate for 3 terms as a staunch Republican conservative, earning high ratings from the National Rifle Association, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and American Conservative Union. His bid for the Republican nomination was unceremoniously defeated in 2010 by the Tea Party. His political felony? He had the temerity to follow the pleas of President George W. Bush to vote to rescue the banking system during the 2008 financial crisis and avoid Herbert Hoover time, as Vice President Richard Cheney put it. Why did Republicans who despised Donald Trump in private vote against his impeachment? Answer: the incentive structure that the primary created. Meet the new Robert Bennett. Liz Cheney, who was a conservative U.S. House leader and daughter of the former vice president. Her offense was to vote in Congress to impeach Trump following the January 6, 2021 insurrection and call out his seditious conduct. Trump is seeking to unravel critical elements of our constitutional structure that make our democracy work, confidence in the results of elections, and the rule of law. She challenged Republicans to choose truth and fidelity to the Constitution. The GOP's response to Trump's fury, and that of GOP activists, was swift. Representative Cheney's defeated opponent in 2016 summed up her home state's reaction. She gave the state of Wyoming the middle finger. She faces the dreary prospect in 2022 of a well-funded primary challenger and defeat in a state that is heavily Republican and voted for Trump by over 40 points. Even before she gets to an election, House Republicans demoted her from their leadership. Members of Congress and presidents who seek a successful career in politics have received a clear message. Follow party activists and their coalition. If elected officials find themselves out of step with party activists, many change their policy positions to align with them. Politicians, however, are rarely out of step. Activists recruit many of the Republican and Democratic candidates in the first place, based on shared policy commitments and activism. Take note of what is missing: the views of most Americans. The activists within the Democratic and especially Republican parties hold extreme policy preferences compared to those of most Americans. Polls show that the views of GOP activists toward abortion, Obamacare, and other issues are far more conservative than those of most Americans. Polls also show liberals more progressive on abortion and single-payer health reform. Also missing are encompassing debates in large-scale organizations, epitomized by mass organizing political parties, that make the stakes plain and attract the interest and participation of the broad public and the marginalized citizens, who often remain on the sidelines: youth, people of color, and lower-income people. American democracy in retreat. A 2-step process narrows American democracy. Step 1. Small cliques of advocates who are more liberal and far more conservative than most Americans use low-turnout primaries to dictate the candidates that each party nominates. In 2010, for instance, the Tea Party's takeover of the Republican Party was aided by candidates who won primaries with turnout of 12 to 15%. On the Democratic side, the progressive firebrand Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez won her 2018 primary against the moderate incumbent Joe Crowley, with only 12% turnout of registered Democrats in New York's 14th congressional district. Step 2 amplifies the power of party activists and their coalitions. Voter evaluations of the nominees' traits and qualifications during the fall general election are often short-circuited by partisan sorting. 3 out of 4 voters affiliate as Democrat or Republican, which automatically delivers large blocks of ballots to each major party's nominee. The tractor beam of partisanship secures re-election for legislators in heavily partisan legislative districts and boosts even candidates facing competitive contests. The outsized significance of party activists in general elections is conditioned in part by economic circumstances. The relatively few unaffiliated voters reward candidates in the incumbent party during good times and punish them in bad times. The merits and messages of each party's candidates may matter, but the single best predictor of general election results is partisanship, at a time when nearly all Democrats and Republicans mechanically rally behind their tribe's nominee. In short, nomination contests, and not general elections, are decisive decision points for selecting government officials. Most voters are forced on Election Day to choose between candidates who are more liberal or conservative than themselves. That pivotal choice is set by relatively small numbers of ideological party activists, groups, and donors. Worse still, once in office, politicians cater to that party clique to keep their positions. This two-step process opened the door to Donald Trump's nomination and then election in 2016, despite the widespread opposition of Republican leaders and indications that he would threaten the U.S. Constitution and legal system. Step 1. He fashioned his 2016 campaign to win narrow factions and voting segments to secure the nomination, even though it made him the most unpopular nominee in modern history. While Trump was perceived as a moderate conservative, according to the American National Election Studies, he stood out in a crowded primary field of 17 candidates for his fiery anti-establishment screed that appealed to the economic unease and social resentment of white Americans. "The governing elite are wrong," he railed, "on every major issue affecting this country, because the political system is undemocratic. Members of the club, the consultants, the pollsters, the politicians, the pundits, and the special interests grow rich and powerful by substituting their will for America's will." He melded his race-infused populist appeal to make America great again and deport immigrants with a promise to an influential GOP faction. Trump's nomination of judges would be approved by born-again evangelical groups. Despite Trump's sinful personal life, state exit polls consistently showed Trump besting his primary competitors among evangelicals, including the authentic social conservative Ted Cruz. He also won primary voters who identified immigrants as a major national problem and favored their deportation, along with those who expressed anger at the federal government. Trump secured a modest but consistent plurality of the primary vote in state contests. A majority of Republican primary voters opposed Trump, but split their votes among his rivals. The result is that Trump won all 3 February primaries, with only 34% of the primary vote, and nearly all the March primaries, with under 38%. Even with most candidates dropping out by April, Trump only won 40% of the primary vote by the end of the primary battle. Put more broadly, the nearly 129 million voters in the 2016 general elections were compelled to consider a Republican candidate who received support from 6.1% of the U.S. electorate. Step 2. Once he secured the GOP nomination, much of his support came from predictable sources. He drew votes from nearly all Republicans who chose him over Hillary Clinton. He added to this base by picking up just enough support from disaffected Americans who blamed the In Party for the economic doldrums, were hostile toward immigration, and fueled by racial resentment. He won independents 48-42, as well as 79% reporting that the national economy was poor, and 69% declaring that the country was seriously off track. These forces drew 63 million voters to Trump and allowed him to eke out an electoral college victory even though Clinton won the popular vote, with nearly 66 million supporting her. While the primary system was initially heralded for fulfilling the Declaration's promise of political equality and popular consent, it equipped Trump's relatively small number of primary supporters to steer the will of the majority. He strode into the uniquely visible stages afforded by the primary, locked in his nomination despite the opposition of GOP leaders, and cleared the barriers to put his name on the ballot in states across the country. Each of these steps biased the scope of conflict toward the organized and well-resourced. That's not all. After the 2016 elections, Trump and Republican members of Congress remained focused on catering to the insiders who secured their nominations, as was evident in the policies and appointments they approved. Trump converted the dependence of GOP lawmakers on party activists who supported him into a weapon to block 2 impeachment trials and launch an extraordinary challenge to the Electoral College after the 2020 elections. Trump's march to the pinnacle of power is closely tied to race, the tensions he openly fanned, and the process he used. The primary process is stained by its deep roots in the South and the establishment of Jim Crow discrimination. Borrowing a page from segregationists who used the primary to solidify the white vote, Trump's vicious attacks on blacks and Mexican Americans as a candidate and president coalesced frustrated, less well-educated white voters into a loyal following. There's more. Since the 1970s, the primary has contributed, in certain circumstances, to depressing the election of candidates of color despite America's egalitarian claims to empower the people. Who is to blame? Political elites are mainly responsible for the vulnerability of American democratic institutions to well-organized activists and groups and the disruption that Donald Trump provoked on January 6th. The pattern of elite misjudgment and expediency contradicts the long-standing habit of blaming citizens for the ills of democracy. Doubters of democracy. Soon after the 2016 election, a writer for The New Yorker, a gathering ground for refined liberal opinion, revealed that he had spent the fall staying up late reading polls in terror and wondering if the culprit is the flawed and faulty nature of democracy. This doubter of democracy joins a broad and enduring tradition of citizen blaming. Here are the particulars lodged against citizens since Plato, about 2,400 years ago. Yes, democracy doubting is literally an ancient undertaking. First up, citizens are ignorant. Democracy is the rule of the people, one critic insisted, but the people are in many ways unfit to rule. An icon to democracy doubters, Joseph Schumpeter, bitingly described the mental performance of citizens as infantile and primitive. The problem critics of democracy claim is that the voters are ignorant, irrational, and misinformed, and stumble into a dance of dunces. Second charge. Citizens lack a serious and steady temperament. Since the framing of the U.S. Constitution, democracy doubters warned that gusts of passion would fan impulsive action by citizens, which would trample on the rights of individuals and produce rash decisions. Slothful and quick to anger are traits that result from the lazy citizenship habits of many Americans. Third charge. Citizens and their advocates expect too much and are insufficiently deferential to governing elites, the senior government officials and policy experts who should do the deciding. The problem is excess democracy stemming from voters demanding too much and overloading the governing process. The remedy, we are lectured, is to minimize the democratic distortion, or, as Jason Brennan proposes, restrict voting to citizens who pass a test. Criticism of citizens is a familiar back alley to lauding elites and experts as governors. A former governor of the Federal Reserve Bank boasted, in 1997, that its reliance on expert bankers and economists worked so well that more areas of policy decisions, from taxing to spending, should be delegated to technocratic policymaking. Highly skilled technical staff reliably identify expert answers. A decade after this celebration of expert rule, America's 2008 financial crisis ravaged the global economy due to missteps by the Federal Reserve, which subsequently became a lightning rod for economic inequality and racial disparities. Designing institutions for citizens. The knowledge and attitudes of individuals are uneven, yet the assault on democracy exaggerates both the limitations of citizens as a whole and the superiority of experts and governing elites. Citizens are competent enough. The mass of Americans may fail a professor's quiz about the names of political figures, but they consistently form rational, stable policy preferences based on available information. Where Americans are not well informed about matters of salience, they use cognitive cues to gain workable information. They routinely rely on trusted sources or civic educators, friends, parents, coworkers, teachers, faith leaders, and community leaders. Community groups regularly organize citizen-to-citizen conversations that boost knowledge about public issues and competing perspectives. Citizens are not, however, sequestered. Their attitudes toward salient issues are rarely autonomous products of their own reasoning. Instead, they are influenced by new events, as well as elite manipulation. The knowledge and preferences of citizens are impacted more broadly by the operation of democratic institutions. When the political system is unresponsive, citizens have little motivation to invest in participation, acquire knowledge, and commit to engagement. Sustained failure of government to address issues of urgency to communities of color and other marginalized groups depresses their interest, knowledge, and participation. A series of experiments found that people who are given access to talk to members of Congress about serious public policy invest the time and effort to become more informed and engaged. Public opinion surveys echo this finding. Supermajorities of Americans welcome the opportunity for deeper political participation in a political system that is responsive and not rigged by insiders and special interests. Why would we want to hand more power to elites? Elites are not benign guardians, but rather highly motivated actors seeking to advance their careers and interests. Democracy doubters are quick to dismiss citizens, but rarely scrutinize the knowledge, judicious temperament, and commitment of elites to the rule of law and broad public good. Expertise is required in a robust system of political representation, but lopsided dependence on specialization can bring potentially damaging narrowness. The failure to prevent the September 11, 2001 attacks and the Federal Reserve's failure to head off the 2008 financial crisis are examples of specialists concentrating on discrete problems and missing the consequences of their interaction in a larger system. While champions of expert rule laud authoritative officials and specialists, they are wrong on a regular basis. The launching of the Iraq War in 2003 on the false premise that Saddam Hussein possessed weapons of mass destruction, the initial collapse of Obamacare's online enrollment system, and Trump's botched responses to containing the coronavirus pandemic during 2020. Political elites are the culprits responsible for Donald Trump's rise to power. The rapacious ambition of elected officials and political candidates who developed and sold the primary left American democracy exposed, as Madison most feared, to politicians with factious tempers or sinister designs who advance their interests at the expense of the broader public well-being. rather than delivering on the much heralded promise to serve the people. Political elites damaged public trust in democratic government by accelerating the pattern of backroom dealing by lawmakers, special interests, and obscure agencies looking to please the insiders. The vulnerability of democratic legitimacy and authority. Primaries contribute to the dangerous weakening of the legitimacy and authority of democratic rules and procedures. Legitimacy is the mortar on which contemporary government depends. It justifies the exercise of authority and the inclination of citizens to follow official laws and regulations. Democratic rules and procedures are an important source of legitimacy. Popular consent and political equality, and the rights of speech, assembly, and voting supply the ballast for the moral claims of government officials to rule in the name of the people. Trump was able to circumvent the opposition of Republican leaders because of 4 damaging impacts of primaries on democratic legitimacy and authority. First, primaries reinforce and deepen political inequality. Candidates who have long defended the Constitution and rule of law were defeated in the 2016 GOP primaries. Republican members of Congress intent on staying in office were at the mercy of the party activist coalition, which positioned Trump to intimidate them from challenging him. Primaries not only silenced most Republicans, but also reinforced the power of the insiders and thereby political distrust, which may dampen another source of resistance. Second, primaries invited persistent recriminations about unfair and rigged elections, subjecting everyday people to a steady stream of criticism about the integrity of American democracy. Dueling politicians now boost their careers, as Trump and Bernie Sanders did in 2016, by denigrating the Republican and Democratic Party's nominations as corrupt. Political distrust is an understandable reaction by everyday Americans to this near-constant attacks on democratic institutions. The contemporary feeding of public distrust intensifies a centuries-long pattern. Americans have been bombarded with charges of party dishonesty. Reformers lifted their hopes with promises of much-touted solutions. And then, the persistence of the system's flaws have drawn a new round of charges of undemocratic practices. Democratic institutions are under nearly unceasing assault by Democrats and Republicans. Third, the primary created a mechanism for Trump to capitalize on racial resentment, to build a loyal following, to win the GOP nomination in 2016, and supply a foundation of support afterward. The media attention to the presidential primary competition, along with the efforts of the Trump's campaign organization, created a nearly unparalleled launching pad for his racist attacks and recruitment of supporters. The political press widely covered his denigration of Mexican immigrants as criminals and rapists, his claim that a judge's Mexican heritage should rule him out from handling his case, and his persistent promotion of malicious falsehoods about African Americans, that President Barack Obama was Muslim and born in Kenya, and that black teenagers were responsible for a 1989 rape of a white woman in Central Park in New York City. White supremacist groups gleefully welcomed Trump's messages, with the leader of the Virginia KKK explaining that a lot of Klan members like Donald Trump because a lot of what he believes, we believe in. Trump exploited a system with broader effects. It sustained racial disparities in running and winning elections. Fourth, primaries do not filter out demagogues and authoritarians. Republican officials who were certain of Trump's inappropriateness for the presidency were unable to stop his nomination and eventual election in 2016. Once in the seat of power, congressional Republicans calculated they were unable to prevent Trump's violations of constitutional and legal rules and norms, including his inciting of the January 6th insurrection. His assaults on the legitimacy of elections after the 2020 elections were supported by many state Republicans further damaging the authority and credibility of democratic institutions. The primary failed to block this political deviant, and its incentive system deterred Republicans from performing the much-touted role of elites, doing the right thing for the country. Looking back to move forward. 200 years of battling over political parties and their nomination systems preceded the Republican Party's acquiescence of Trump's 2016 nomination. This history produced an understanding of democracy as dependent on a party nomination process controlled by relatively small, unrepresentative factions. The perverse result is that what is described as democratic widens economic and racial inequality and undercuts popular consent. Trump's rise to power is the culmination of a retreat from democratic political representation, with grand historic proportions. His January 6, 2021 call to invade Congress broke from a tradition in American history dating to 1800, the peaceful transfer of power. Even before this fateful day, Trump's conduct fit a broader pattern of spewing racial venom, falsely alleging election fraud, and undercutting or rupturing the rules and procedures of the U.S. Constitution. There would be no Trump, however, without the history of democratic decay. Making sense of Trump requires scrutiny of American political history. The plan of the book. The next two sections examine seminal historic junctures in the formation of democratic institutions that cleared a path for Donald Trump and stand in the way of reforms to repel the next assault. The first section follows the formation of a new governing synthesis to control political participation and channel it through a system of political representation. Chapter 2 traverses the period from the rule of gentry in colonial America through the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. After the Declaration of Independence in 1776, new citizen activism arose that approached a form of strong democracy. Everyday laborers and farmers ran for office, organized to elect slates of candidates and instructed them to deliver on specific community needs, and educated their neighbors about community challenges and legislative actions. Madison and a small circle reacted with alarm by secretly planning the Constitutional Convention in 1787 to close down this Robin Hood society. Faced with the practical need for popular appeal, Madison and his collaborators charted a new synthesis to contain what they considered excessive democracy, while retaining sufficient elements of political representation to secure ratification. Chapter 3 traces the formative contributions of Thomas Jefferson and Andrew Jackson to a uniquely American coupling of political representation and political parties, setting the parameters for future political reforms. The fissuring of the Constitution's framers mixed with Jefferson's and Jackson's ambition to avenge controversial losses, motivating each to breach the prior stigma associated with political parties, to mobilize new voters, while also taking steps to protect the authority and legitimacy of democratic institutions. The second section examines the unraveling of the early 19th century synthesis. Chapter 4 connects with early designs of democratic institutions to the stunted introduction of the direct primary during the Progressive era. Elite divisions and the frustrated ambitions of Progressive-era politicians provoked upstarts, led by Wisconsin's Robert La Follette, to promote primary reform to catapult him to the ranks of governor, U.S. Senator, and leading presidential candidate. The contested development of primaries merged with battles over the franchise and America's racial orders. These critical dynamics are incorporated in this and later chapters. Chapter 5 links the widespread adoption of primaries to George McGovern's covert toppling of national and state Democratic parties as impactful organizations. Grasping for the bona fides as a reformer to propel his presidential campaign, McGovern seized on La Follette's design to herald a new Democratic era, and borrowed from the rhetoric of protesters at the chaotic and violent 1968 Democratic Convention in Chicago. Why has America, a country once lauded for its civic culture, taken a turn toward instability and ideological tribalism? The third section assesses the damage of primary elections and looks to the future by identifying meaningful reforms of America's democratic institutions. Chapter 6 assesses the transformational consequences of contemporary American politics of the primary system adopted in the 1970s. Primaries created a process that fostered partisan polarization by enabling new electoral alignments to form and intimidating elected officials to kowtow to activist coalitions on the left and especially the right. Increased political inequality by shifting power to a complex interfacing process that favored the affluent and better organized, and weakened the authority and legitimacy of democratic procedures and rules by fueling continual attacks on the process and opening the door to candidates hostile to the U.S. Constitution. What can be done to address the fragility of American democratic institutions? Chapter 7 chases off fanciful reform proposals that ignore severe constraints and instead outlines feasible steps for fortifying the democratic process in the form of political representation. The most urgent priorities are restraining the ambition of elected officials and political candidates and improving the conditions of political equality within a system of political representation. The structure of history. Properly understanding Trump's rise and the potential responses to it requires a grasp of American history, particularly the central tendencies of macro-historical development. Three tendencies stand out and appear in the coming chapters. Convergence. The conjuncture of three processes triggered the timing and direction of democratic reforms. The first is competition among political and economic elites, and the stymieing of political entrepreneurs seeking elected office. Jefferson, Jackson, La Follette, and McGovern each clashed with established powers and turned to reforming political parties, which in turn deepened divisions among elites. Second, the politically ambitious deployed populist calls to the people as a strategic device to advance their personal interests by mobilizing support against a political system hostile to them. Third, institutions pattern politics, exerting an independent and decisive influence by creating the roles, rules, and norms that circumscribe the behavior of political actors and their perceptions of feasible options. When McGovern searched in 1969 to 1970 for familiar and available reforms of the party establishment, he latched on to La Follette's innovation of a direct primary to select national convention delegates, which itself was a legacy of Jefferson's creation of mass mobilizing political parties and Jackson's embrace of party conventions to empower the people in candidate selection. At each juncture, prior change structured the parameters for subsequent change in democratic institutions and influenced downstream politics by altering the allocation of political resources and changing the meaning of democracy. Political elites and reformers fought sustained battles over the forms of American democracy, but not on the terms they chose. At each critical juncture, the past invaded the judgments of government elites and reformers as they assessed what was rational for them and politically feasible. Contingency. The history of democratic rules and procedures is contingent within the parameters of institutional development. When institutional forms were malleable in the first half of the 1780s, the precedents of strong democracy in the 1780s introduced opportunities for the marrying of community organizing with effective engagement with government policy making. This moment of possibility was intentionally stymied, rather than tolerated and nurtured, by the Constitution's design and governing elites. At a later juncture, progressive reformers and intellectuals including Herbert Croly, blunted the widespread adoption of primaries by rejecting La Follette's framing of them as the only alternative to corrupt party machines, instead proposing a Republican approach to party nominations that channeled Madison. What form of democracy could have taken shape if the direction of Croly and other progressives had been embraced, instead of the wrecking ball of primaries? Strains and breakdowns. The development of political institutions generates patterns of regularity, but also strains, breakdowns, and pitches conflict. The practice of American democracy has long ground against the founding principles of political equality and popular consent. The resulting frustration and backlashes create propitious conditions for skilled entrepreneurs. The making of democratic institutions. Tracing the arc of American democracy requires both a search for generalizations about the form and content of change and attention to the uniqueness of distinct historical periods. This middle level of abstraction draws on both broad theories of democracy and institutional change, as well as detailed histories of critical junctures in American political history. Democracy Under Fire has relied on original research as well as prior studies by historians of particular eras, empirical findings by social scientists of specific political patterns, and the probing analysis of democratic theory. Similarly, I have relied on critical concepts, such as populism and racial orders, as tools for prying into the maneuvering of governing elites and the formation of political institutions, rather than as subjects of study in themselves. My debt to prior research is evident in my extensive endnotes. Donald Trump is the product of not simply the particular features of 21st century politics. He is an expression of accumulating deformations of political representation and understanding of democracy. We begin with the rapid transformations of the early republic in the last third of the 18th century America. Within a few decades, a democratic culture formed and knocked the gentry from their perch atop the social hierarchy. Madison and his allies secretly responded to the era's turbulence by designing a system of political representation that acknowledged popular consent and substantially restored elite control. Part 1. A New Synthesis. Democracy and Order. Everyday Americans in 1776 read the Declaration of Independence and took it to heart as a clarion call for active citizenship. The dawn of a new era of strong democracy brought laborers and farmers into governance and stirred James Madison and a small circle to rein these newcomers in. The result was a constitutional convention in 1787 to contain excessive democracy, while preserving sufficient elements of political representation to win the Constitution's ratification. With George Washington's departure in 1796, the ambition and institutional innovations of Thomas Jefferson and Andrew Jackson coupled political representation and political parties, setting the parameters for future reforms. 2. Strong democracy and political representation, 1776 to 1787. Broadway celebrates Alexander Hamilton, but historians hail James Madison as the father of the Constitution. Madison's finest hour was organizing the small private convention that drafted the U.S. Constitution during the steamy Philadelphia summer of 1787. As for Hamilton, he too was a brilliant and young delegate at the Constitutional Convention, but was often missing in action. Following the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the Articles of Confederation created a loose affiliation of states that became hotbeds of collective political action. Many state legislatures opened their doors to everyday people as representatives, which in turn created political opportunities for voters to pressure lawmakers through instructions to support bills that reduced economic duress. State and community associations created the organizational resources to recruit everyday people as candidates and elect them. And the new state's leaders framed high family debt and foreclosure as unjust attacks by the gentry and wealthy against farmers and Revolutionary War veterans. The flourishing of political activism following the Declaration demonstrated, in certain respects, strong democracy, in which citizens exercised democratic procedural rights to speak out, vote, and assemble, both to move legislation and to act outside the halls of government. Madison and a small circle took aim at the jealously guarded independence of individual states for an overriding reason. The state legislatures responded to debtors and farmers facing foreclosure with significant economic assistance. Madison's group secretly launched a radical plan: replace the independent state legislatures with an insulated national government designed to protect wealth and reinstall the better sort who enjoyed social status and power before the Declaration. Madison's view faced resistance from fellow framers of the Constitution, and later from citizens. From Benjamin Franklin's front-row seat in the debates of the 1780s, he ardently defended robust democracy and was not shy about firing barbs at the elite backlash for debasing the spirit of the common people. Some of the greatest rogues, he quipped, were the richest rogues. By contrast, everyday citizens, in Franklin's view, were the foundation of the new country. It is of great consequence that we should not depress the virtue and public spirit of our common people. Franklin's outspoken defense of the Declaration's egalitarianism earned him the ridicule of the gentry and some of the Constitution's designers. The Constitutional Convention, May 25th to September 17th, 1787, started out to reduce the degree of citizen influence. Defeats at the Constitutional Convention coaxed Madison, however, to change his original plans to respond to the mass expectation of political equality and accept the practical challenges of winning ratification of the new Constitution. As a result, the new government authority that the Constitution birthed in 1787 both restricted the vibrant democracy in the states and laid the foundation for representative democracy in a concession to public expectations and political necessity. Madison left Philadelphia disappointed. The debate over ratifying the Constitution was acrimonious on many topics, but largely bypassed a fundamental issue: the continuation of slavery. At the Constitutional Convention, Southern states insisted on allowing slavery as their price for joining the Union. The Northern states accepted the immorality of human bondage as the cost of a political bargain. The process of seeking state ratification of the Constitution after its public release in September 1787 precipitated loud debate over the rights and liberties of whites, but was largely silent about the failure to extend political freedom to people of color, indigenous people, and women. For future generations of Americans, the Constitution's racial exclusion and dual approach to democracy sparked struggle over the shortchanging of the Declaration's embrace of political equality and popular sovereignty. The resulting frustration and upsurges would, over time, both challenge Madison's democratic restraints and build on the Constitution's institutional framework for political representation and citizenship rights. This chapter tells the story of Madison's evolution from throttling the vibrant expression of political equality in states to establishing the rules and procedures for representative democracy. Why Madison led a conservative restoration. A long line of astute observers have been struck by America's paternal love and fetish worship of the U.S. Constitution. The adoration of the Constitution has cast an aura of divinity upon George Washington, Madison, Hamilton, and others for their courage, intelligence, and worldliness in drafting the Constitution and forming its first government. They are, we are regularly reminded, an incomparable generation. The Constitution's drafters take credit for rescuing what they, and many historians, describe as a floundering confederation of states, which was failing to conduct the basic functions of government. In the year prior to the Constitutional Convention, Madison cataloged the vices of the Confederation. His dour diagnosis: failure to control commerce, build canals, and establish adequate military defense, among other shortfalls. The states compounded these deficiencies by failing to abide by treaties and trampling on the rights of other states. While the Declaration of Independence soared with the optimism of breaking from Britain and starting anew, Madison and his clique portrayed the dysfunction of the subsequent years as consumed by disorder and chaos. This account is not wrong as much as it is overblown and incomplete. Its singular focus on diagnosing the Confederation and lauding the personal qualities of the Constitution's framers distracts from their tangible motives to redistribute power and resources. Madison's private writings make clear that his primary concern was as much about what state legislations were failing to do as what they were doing and who was doing it. Madison is celebrated for erecting checks and balances to encumber government abuse of power. But autocrats were not his principal target. Rather, Madison and his allies were alarmed by state legislatures passing laws to issue paper money and deliver relief to debtors in response to citizen demands. As commoners replaced the gentry as elected officials in state government, Madison's optimism in 1776 soured to dark foreboding about the America yet to come, and skepticism about the people and popular majorities. Hamilton similarly concluded that democracy was our real disease. Prominent political contemporaries agreed that the evils from the excess of democracy in state legislatures were the chief dangers to the survival of the states. The problem. The Constitution's framers were motivated to retain, even in diminished form, the social status that the gentry enjoyed before the Revolution, and stop the threats to wealth by diminishing government responsiveness. Toppling the gentry. Historian Gordon Wood documents a distinction in 18th century America between two groups, commoners and the gentry, who claimed to possess different psyches, different emotional makeups, different natures. Into the 1760s, men in power, including Madison, Washington, Hamilton, and Adams, described ordinary people as the grazing multitude and the unthinking, vulgar, common herd, who were easily excited and lacked intelligence. Their place in society, according to the better sort, followed a grim cycle. They are born and eat and sleep and die. By contrast, gentlemen placed themselves at the apex of the social hierarchy because of their family, education, and refinement. The gentry dominated government through the mid-18th century, and governing elites, including the Constitution's drafters, were comfortable talking openly about their superiority to ordinary people. The president of Dickinson College, Charles Nisbet, assuredly reported that men of learning, leisure, and easy circumstances are much fitter for every part of the business of government than the ordinary class of people. For the gentry, serving in government was a social expectation, tied to prominence, learning, duty, and what was presented as a unique grasp of virtue, untarnished by private interests. In turn, social standing, and the connections and privileges associated with it, were tools for conducting government affairs in a period of minimal administrative capacity. The identification between social and political authority and private and public leadership helps to explain, Gordon Wood writes, why most ordinary folk were not deeply involved in provincial or imperial politics, and few regarded government as a means by which economic and social power might be redistributed or problems of their lives resolved. Colonial politics were often limited to contests among the gentry, with everyday voters acquiescing to those with wealth and social prominence. It was not unusual, for instance, that towns in Massachusetts did not send representatives to provincial government. The 1760s, however, witnessed the downfall of the colonial era's social hierarchy. The revolt against British rule under the banner "No Taxation Without Representation" rallied colonists not only for independence, but also gave life to the idea of democratic government. The Declaration of Independence crystallized these expectations by embracing the democratic principles that all men are created equal and that government should rest on the consent of the governed. Shortly after signing the Declaration, Benjamin Franklin presided over Pennsylvania's state constitutional convention, which adopted stronger egalitarian positions and earned him the reputation as among America's most forceful advocates of democracy. It pronounced that all men are born equally free and equal, approved a unicameral legislature to facilitate responsiveness to citizens, and declared that the state government would work for the common benefits and not for the particular emolument or advantage of any set of men who are only part of the community. While ordinary people often abstained from seeking seats in government during the colonial era, everyday laborers denounced barriers to their representation in the 1770s as resulting from the selfish views of oligarchy. Citizen committees, conventions, and other associations formed to propel into politics the plain folks, artisans, mechanics, carpenters, butchers, shoemakers, and others without money or respectable family lineages. They won elections, entered government, and made decisions. In Philadelphia, artisans, laborers, and other socially marginalized groups elected their own representatives to 4 out of 10 city offices in 1770. The composition of the New Hampshire House of Representatives flipped from mostly gentlemen in 1765 to mostly farmers within 2 decades. In the plantation-led South, the proportion of legislators who were everyday farmers doubled from 1/8 before the Revolution to 1/4 in the 1780s. A qualitative change occurred among citizens during the 1770s. The old view of government as unconcerned with their lives was replaced with a new recognition of it as a potential force to redistribute economic resources and improve their life circumstances. The new democratic culture ushered in the then novel idea that the wealthy, better dressed, and more educated were no better than anyone else. The social standing of gentlemen no longer produced automatic deference, and ambitious politicians, including those who were well-born, shed the outward pretense of superiority and defined themselves as Democrats. Thomas Paine's scathing 1776 pamphlet, Common Sense, eviscerated the older social order. Male and female are the distinctions of nature, good and bad, the distinctions of heaven. But how a race of men came into the world so exalted above the rest is worth inquiring into. By the 1770s, the titles of citizen and Mr. replaced the colonial era's stigmatized monikers for commoners, yeomen, and husbandmen. Newspapers and state legislatures rang out with tirades against the aristocrats. Up-and-comers like John Adams turned his invective from ordinary people to the airs of wisdom and superiority associated with aristocrats. Looking back, a prominent Southern politician marveled at the change in society and the crumbling of older rankings. A revolution has taken place in the whole structure of society. The gentry and the affluent deeply resented their loss of status and power. Gentlemen fumed at the popularizing of their lifestyle because it allowed the lowest of people to try to make themselves equal with better people. One cause of the evils, according to the gentry and Madison, was the surge of everyday people into state governments. This produced a defect of adequate statesmen. Madison and his allies, Gordon Wood reports, were not as much opposed to the government power of the states as to the character of the people who were wielding it. The majority who rule Madison observed, are not the safest guardians both of public good and of private rights. They were base and selfish, and committed to securing their own interest to the ruin of the Commonwealth. The commoners who entered government possessed neither their property, their virtue, nor their abilities. They were merely plain illiterate husbandmen. State officials were elected by voters who support provincial perspectives and were vulnerable to demagogues with partisan agendas. The result, according to the president of Yale University, Ezra Stiles, is that the state representatives harbor mean, interested, or capricious motives and stooped to voting for a new town or a new county. State governments, Hamilton concluded, can be nothing but temporary, expedient, fickle, and engaged in folly. Madison and his allies stressed what was missing: the gentry's performance as disinterested and dispassionate umpires, who were restrained from the pursuit of interests adverse to those of the whole society. Where everyday people slavishly attended to their self-interests, the gentry, according to Madison, were the purest and noblest characters. Unlike the commoners, they possessed the most wisdom to discern and most virtue to pursue the common good of society, and best serve the long-term public interest. For Madison, the toppling of the gentry and affluent was not an abstract proposition. He personally felt the sting of the social transformation. Before the Revolution, he followed the pattern of a prominent Virginia plantation family, educated at what became Princeton University, affluent, and engaged in government service. In his 1777 campaign for the new Virginia legislature, however, he lost to a tavern owner who offended Madison's sense of etiquette by making personal solicitations of voters and using the corrupting influence of spirituous liquors. Contending interests. The gentry's battle in the 1780s to restore their social status and political power was part of a broader conflict over the distributional effects of democratic state legislatures. The new era of acutely actual representation occurred during the economic downturn of the 1780s that threatened the land on which many Americans depended. Farmers struggled to recover from the theft of crops by American and British soldiers. The British destruction of ships and trade barriers negatively impacted agricultural markets, and decisions of American officials in the states were ruinous, namely, the imposition of unaffordable taxes to pay off wartime loans, and a court system that favored politically connected gentry who controlled large tracts of land. The struggle for economic survival flowed into the battle for stronger democracy, wider suffrage, equal representation, and unicameral legislatures to improve responsiveness to citizens, and tangible government assistance for farmers. The form and degree of citizen activism in legislative and community politics during the 1780s exhibited three features of strong democracy that are unusual in the history of American politics. First, white male citizens seized on the Declaration's proclamation of equality and democratic rights to organize sustained political activism that encompassed a broad range of interests. Everyday people who had been on the margins of colonial-era politics developed the skills and networks to recruit and motivate their neighbors and strengthen their collective capacities. In Philadelphia, in the 1770s, for instance, mechanics and other laborers, comprising half of the city's males, joined the Patriotic Society, debated policies, and coordinated pressure on government officials. Similar encompassing associations formed and regularly met in New York and other cities. Their coherence, encompassing scope, and ability to marshal resources were, in part, evident in the meeting halls they built or purchased. Citizens and emerging voices of opposition formed hundreds of committees of correspondence across the colonies during the 1760s and 1770s to share criticisms of British taxes and regulations, articulate demands, and coordinate collective strategies of resistance across towns and regions. The committees of correspondence articulated emerging notions of citizenship rights. These committees created networks to share a stream of printed pamphlets and handwritten letters, which were passed hand to hand among neighbors and read aloud at town hall meetings. Citizens also organized outside government to voice frustration and press for change on a regular basis during the colonial and post-declaration eras. One common extra-governmental activity came in the form of public disturbances over land and exorbitant taxes. The desperate scramble by farmers to get and hold titles to land fueled public protests in the 1760s and 1770s against local landlords and the courts that favored them in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, South Carolina, and elsewhere. After the Revolution, farmer disturbances continued in Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts, among other states. Servants, sailors, and everyday people also turned to ruckus public gatherings as a form of political expression and means to temporarily assert power when official channels were blocked or unresponsive. The Whig and Republican Society of Philadelphia, the Marine Anti-Britannic Society of Charleston, and similar bodies in Massachusetts and elsewhere organized networks, met on occasion in conventions, and at times took to the street to stop the collection of taxes and debts. The community groups, according to Sean Wilentz, articulated a coherent egalitarian politics that was insistent on equal legislative representation for all parts of the state. Daniel Shays and his neighbors organized a particularly infamous public disturbance during the 1770s across 5 Massachusetts counties. They protested the state legislature's steep tax increases during a depressed economy, which threatened widespread foreclosures, including possibly half of the farms in one county. One citizen petition warned of the dismal consequences of the thriving of the tax collectors. Farms were seized for taxes, and some children are destitute of milk and other necessities of life. The first steps by Shays and his neighbors were to organize popular conventions to make the case for debt relief. When their protests fell on deaf ears, they took up arms and interfered with the courts. Madison and governing elites seized on the taking up of arms by the ragtag group of Massachusetts farmers to claim that crisis and the horrors of anarchy and licentiousness were overtaking the states. They found in Shays the new proofs of the necessity for their conservative counter-revolution to restrict the highly active and influential organizing of common people. In reality, Shays and his collaborators were hardly a lawless band of renegades who threatened rampant disorder. They were veterans of the Revolutionary War. Shays was a captain in the fight for independence. Many participants in the uprising were community leaders, well off before the economic downturn removed them from the top quintile of local taxpayers. Nor did their revolt pose a dire threat. A larger and better armed military force readily crushed them, imprisoning 150 and sentencing some to death. Ratcheting down Madison's hyperbole, his ally Thomas Jefferson described them as launching a little rebellion. Shays and those he inspired do stand out, though, as gifted political organizers. At a time when communications and travel were challenging, they created and sustained a collective understanding of their grievances and the culprits, brought people together, and recruited new members to address common concerns, as opposed to business or pecuniary ends. The second distinctive feature of the political activism after the Declaration is that commoners responded to new political opportunities in state politics by recruiting candidates from their ranks instead of deferring to the gentry, forming large, disciplined voting blocks, and directing lawmakers after elections. They had begun, in the horrified estimation of conservative politician Gouverneur Morris, to think and reason as they inserted themselves into political affairs. Citizen associations recruited candidates among mechanics, laborers, and other everyday citizens to run and win appointments and elections to city and state bodies. One of the most effective tools developed by citizen associations was to instruct candidates once elected. They dismissed the concept that elected officials should exercise independence as trustees, and instead treated legislators as agents to follow their specific instructions. Some legislators resisted the limitation on their discretion. In Maryland, for instance, 3 delegates resigned their posts in 1776, after associations of local voters sent them instructions about the writing of the state constitution. In a sign, though, of the influence of citizen associations, instructions were widely adopted in the 1780s, and representatives appeared to generally follow them. Political activism became a means for redistributing wealth and creating a Robin Hood society that aided less well-off voters at the expense of the better off. Citizen associations recruited and elected candidates to state legislatures and then insisted they follow instructions to print paper money and pass laws that reduced debt and taxes. Most states took these steps before the 1787 convention to draft the U.S. Constitution. The provision of economic assistance helped the ailing and motivated further political activism. It confirmed the influence of citizen associations, which in turn contributed to recruiting new members and expanding their resources and power. Economic and political elites reacted, however, with alarm. Noah Webster echoed the views of the gentry and affluent, who were accustomed to exercising power. Most of the destructive measures which have been pursued by the states originated in the instructions to representatives. Madison derided the sinister designs and schemes of injustice by impoverished farmers and Revolutionary War veterans, who used their rights as citizens to organize politically to pressure elected representatives. Shays' Rebellion supplied Madison with a visceral illustration of the skill and impact of mass political participation. The threat was not a band of farmers violently taking over, but the effectiveness of Shays and his allies, using elections and lobbying legislators to push back against elite efforts to curb the right to vote based on property restrictions. Indeed, the government's unnecessarily heavy-handed response stirred a broad public backlash among farmers and other everyday people who peacefully exercised their democratic rights through the auspices of constitutional forms. In Massachusetts, they won new legislation, defeated the governor who had organized the repression, and received concessions from the new governor to expand economic assistance. Most of the rebels were eventually treated with leniency, including Shays, who was granted a pardon. Madison exploded. He was alarmed not only at the violence of faction, as he would later report, but also the new reality that everyday citizens felt a sense of agency to use their democratic rights to pressure government to secure economic relief. In a telling report, Madison condemned the opponents of tax and debt collection in Massachusetts for organizing, strengthen the field of electioneering, to enact their wicked measures under the forms of the Constitution. The third feature of political activism in the 1780s was the strategic framing of interests. Where Madison and his allies contrasted the gentry's disinterested virtue with the narrow selfishness of commoners, citizen associations during the 1780s flipped the framing. They portrayed high taxes and debt and the seizing of property as assaults by the gentry and wealthy against Revolutionary War veterans and laborers. Artisans, often in opposition to merchants, formed an awareness of their own specific political interest. Citizens and associations of laborers and others advanced a notion of interest that equated economic redistribution with fairness for those who sacrificed for the country and were gripped by poverty. One of the purposes of citizen activists was to frame their agenda and methods to inspire political activism. Madison's conclusions are self-serving, but his reports capture the political potency of laborers, mechanics, and farmers forming a majority having common interests. A consistent theme in the 1780s is the organizing of everyday citizens to pursue concerted agendas on economic issues and democratic rights, instead of splintering into isolated factions preoccupied with their narrow interests. Skepticism toward Madison's self-serving framing of interests is shared by independent researchers. They question Madison's derisive view of citizen activism and his praise of the better educated and well-established as disinterested and dispassionate umpires. Gordon Wood's documentation of the battle over social status challenges Madison's notion of impartiality. After all, Madison's allies were determined to dislodge commoners and revive the gentry to the top of the social hierarchy. Charles Beard's interpretation of the Constitution emphasizes the cohesive economic interests of creditors and speculators in government securities, who promoted a crackdown on the leniency of state legislators toward debtors. Although historians generally refute Beard's account as inaccurate or overly narrow, Michael Klarman argues that calculations of material interests were a vitally important factor in the Constitution's design. He modifies Beard by identifying a wider spectrum of clashing interests. Creditors versus debtors, but also urban merchants and shippers versus rural farmers and backwoodsmen, and the conflicts between states and regions, especially the South. Race and gender were critical dimensions of Madison's definition of interests and rights, excluding most of the population from the solution. Activism. Madison, Washington, Hamilton, and their collaborators quietly devised a far-reaching scheme to recover the gentry's elevated status in government and to encumber responsive government to the point where it could not redistribute wealth. The plotting of this ascendant elite to restrain new citizen activism confronted a sober realization at the Constitutional Convention. A full rolling back of strong democracy was not feasible after a decade of intense citizen activism, and instead would require an institutional form that gave meaning to the Declaration's promise of consent of the governed. Madison, in particular, took the lead, though delegates revised his plans at crucial junctures. More than a year before the Constitutional Convention, he prepared a series of reports based on his studies of ancient and contemporary political theory and history. Because books were rare, he relied on Jefferson's literary cargo from Paris, amounting to over 200 books. One delegate described Madison as managing every great question at the convention and standing out as the best-informed man at any point in the debates. Madison's Second American Revolution, to terminate the Confederation and design a new system, required secrecy to avoid unleashing a backlash by state legislatures and enraged citizens. Step 1 was to catalog what they saw as the Confederation's fundamental flaws: the election of everyday people and the excessive responsiveness of state government to them, especially on economic redistribution. Step 2 was quietly maneuvering state legislatures to authorize a convention on the false pretense of rendering the Constitution adequate to the exigencies of the Union. With legislatures and citizen associations disarmed, Madison's cabal guided state officials to select convention delegates who were predisposed to their agenda. The result? None of the Constitution's drafters favored the decision of states to issue paper money and reduce debts, even though most states had adopted these laws. Step 3 of the coup was to agree, well before the convention, to hijack the Philadelphia meeting from its ostensibly mundane purpose, to implement the fundamental new direction promoted by Madison, severely restraining state legislatures and creating a new national government run by a partially insulated elite of rulers. State legislatures neither authorized this sweeping agenda nor imagined it as a possibility. Madison and his allies tailored the Constitutional Convention to remedy what they saw as the fundamental defects of the Articles of Confederation. The Constitution was, in the first instance, a political device designed to control the social forces the Revolution had released, and in particular, to recoup as much of the old gentry-based social hierarchy as feasible. Its second remedial action was to change the principle and proportion of representation, according to Madison, by creating filtration to insulate, as much as possible, government officials from the citizen instructions to enact economic redistribution. Muting democracy and economic redistribution. The Constitutional Convention designed 4 features to tame the new citizen habit of practicing consent to improve their life circumstances and substantially restore elite control to forestall economic redistribution. The Constitutional Convention's most radical step was to puncture the independence of states and erect a national government armed with supreme authority. It fashioned Article 6, Section 2, to establish the Constitution and its statutes and treaties as the law of the land. In addition to establishing the general supremacy of the national government, the Convention specifically barred states from continuing to pursue economic redistribution by issuing paper money and debtor relief laws. The Constitution's Article 1, Section 10 states, "No state shall coin money, emit bills of credit, make anything but gold and silver coin a tender of payment of debates, or pass any law impairing the obligation of contracts." This unilateral revocation of powers, exercised by states during the Confederation, hurt farmers. They served the interests of creditors who held government securities and bonds and resided in northeastern cities. Rewiring democratic representation was the second constitutional design feature. Madison deceptively described the Constitution in Federalist Paper 10 as rejecting pure democracy in favor of a system of representation. The reality, however, is that state legislatures were representative bodies. Madison's concern was with representation itself, specifically its use to produce high responsiveness in passing economic redistribution. The Constitutional Convention muted the scheme of representation by inserting the filtration of indirect elections. An independent electoral college was expected to select presidents, and selection of U.S. senators by state legislators, which Madison privately described as a check on democracy. The 17th Amendment later created the direct election of U.S. senators. Even the right to vote, the gas for the consent of the governed engine, was not recognized by the Constitutional Convention in order to leave states the option to blunt it through property qualifications. These design features echo in debates in our own time over ballot access for Americans of color by leaving voting rights in limbo and at the discretion of states. Even as Madison and his collaborators designed features to tamp down strong democracy, they anchored citizens' representation in the authority and legitimacy of the new national government as a concession to the anticipated debate over ratifying the Constitution. The significance of this dual-track approach would grow over time. They decidedly weakened the acutely actual citizen engagement in the states, while also laying an enduring foundation for representative rules and procedures that subsequent generations would leverage to improve the rights and conditions of citizens. The third design feature was to create a powerful insulated executive to filter citizen demands for economic redistribution. The Constitutional Convention equipped the executive with the authority to veto congressional actions and serve as commander-in-chief to put down Shays-like rebellions, as well as fend off foreign threats. These stated powers were augmented by a large reservoir of what Hamilton later declared to be implied authority to take unilateral action. At a time when suspicion about executive power remained high after the colonial experience with the hated British king, the delegates also contrived the interior structure of the government to prevent autocracy, as explained in Federalist Paper 51, while also establishing additional institutional obstacles to citizen pressure. The creation of checks and balances armed the three government branches, Madison explained in Federalist Papers 51 and 10, with the necessary constitutional means and personal motives to resist encroachments of the others. Just as important, divided authority set up another barrier to organized citizens. Breaking with the popular demands for responsive unicameral legislature, the Constitutional Convention split legislative power to equip the appointed Senate to block the popularly elected House from pursuing economic redistribution on its own. Over time, progressives seeking economic redistribution have been slowed or frustrated by the design features of a separate legislative chamber or an independent president. Yet the Constitution also created the gears of representation that progressives used, with encumbrances, during the presidencies of Franklin Roosevelt, Lyndon Johnson, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden. The fourth design feature sought to impede the formation of collective political action in the first place. Madison offered a two-part recipe in Federalist Paper 10 and his letters to Jefferson. In the first place, states covered large extended areas where people are broken into many interests. Second, Republican government would give voice and influence to these factions. He reasoned that, extending the sphere of government to include a multitude of factions and interests, would constantly check each other within the government. If United We Stand animated the organized political activism of the 1780s, the Constitutional Convention rallied behind the principle of divided we rule. Restoring the gentry. The Constitutional Convention devised what they hoped would spur a partial remedy for the second fundamental law of the 1780s, the erosion of social hierarchy and replacement of the gentry in government with commoners. Madison privately expected the new government to introduce the stability he associated with the British king. Hamilton pushed to go further toward European monarchies. He devoted one of his longest convention speeches to granting extensive power to an elective monarch who would serve for life unless impeached. In a telling private exchange with Hamilton, Jefferson shared portraits of "my trinity of the greatest men," Francis Bacon, Sir Isaac Newton, and John Locke. Hamilton retorted, "The greatest man that ever lived was Julius Caesar." The Senate was explicitly modeled on the British House of Lords. Delegates expected the selection of senators by state legislators to retain the aristocratic part of our government and to represent the wealth of the country. The mechanism for selecting presidents was also expected to incorporate the gentry. Delegates spoke of the knowledge and independence of those selected for the Electoral College, which they assumed would include the well-born. The hopes of the Constitution's framers to restore the old social hierarchy remained aspirational. Formal steps to embrace elements of European monarchies, including royal titles and references, were struck down as out of step with popular sentiment in the 1780s. Madison favored stronger conservative counter-revolution. The degree to which the Constitution retained citizen rights and influences, even as it established significant elite filters and latitude, disappointed Madison and Hamilton. They left Philadelphia frustrated that the Constitution had not gone further to empower the national government and constrain citizens. Madison's most significant and disappointing defeat was his proposal to empower the new national government with a veto over state legislatures to ensure that they could not continue to reduce taxes and debt and issue paper money. The Constitution's explicit language barring states from these policies in Article 1, Section 10, were insufficient in Madison's view. He doubted that the judiciary would enforce it. Delegates explored, but defeated, other steps to further erode democracy. The Constitution established direct popular election of the House, but only after overriding delegates who attempted to block it. Elbridge Gerry argued to drop the election of House members because citizens were, in his view, dupes of pretend patriots and daily misled into baneful measures. Most convention delegates also wanted to bar citizens who lacked adequate property from voting in federal elections. Philadelphia lawyer and politician John Dickinson insisted that property qualifications to voting were a necessary defense against the dangerous influence of those multitudes without property. Practical and political considerations led to this measure's defeat. The structure of representation that the convention approved was outlined by Madison, but critical alterations by delegates shrewdly anticipated the opposition to ratifying the Constitution. More than a few delegates to the convention agreed with Elbridge Gerry that it was unlikely that people will ever agree to the Constitution due to its aristocratic tendencies. The attentiveness of the delegates to incorporating political equality and popular sovereignty did not slow their exclusion of blacks, Indians, and, in certain respects, women. The convention accepted the state's deep and enduring racial orders. Northern delegates accepted slavery in exchange for the South's backing of the Union. The result of this immoral trade is that the slave population grew more than fivefold between 1790 and 1860, and attitudes of racial subjugation became deeply set in American political development. Constitutional design, clever communications, strong democracy's demise. One of the mysteries of the Constitution is its ratification in 11 states by the summer of 1788, after the beginning of the process in November 1787. Madison and his allies restricted state democracies and defied the preferences of many citizens. Yet state conventions met, public debate occurred, raucously at times, and votes to ratify the Constitution won majorities of state delegates at a time when political activism was intense and well organized. Anti-Federalists fight back. The trepidation by convention delegates about the opposition to ratifying the Constitution was confirmed by the sharp backlash that verged in some states on an organized social movement. Critics of the Constitution, miscast as anti-Federalists, decried the far-reaching transformation proposed by the document's drafters. The Constitution launched, according to Patrick Henry, one of the most articulate speakers in Virginia's ratifying convention, a revolution as radical as that which separated us from Great Britain. Enough of the state ratification conventions were contested that the Constitution's adoption was precarious. In the pivotal state of New York, 2/3 of delegates initially opposed its approval. The anti-Federalist attacks on the Constitution echoed, in part, earlier arguments developed by political activists and citizen associations. The attack on virtue. Opponents of the Constitution disputed Madison's claims that the well-educated and well-born set aside their own interests to serve the public interest and abide by a code of virtue. Anti-Federalists insisted that the gentlemen Madison praised would promote their own interests by blocking steps that shifted some of the wealth of a few to aid struggling farmers and laborers. Anti-Federalists blasted the motives of the Constitution's drafters, who misleadingly described themselves as the Federalists. What crisis? Was the sharp rejoinder to Madison and others, who claimed they were honorable statesmen wrestling with dire circumstances. Patrick Henry goaded them. "I wish to hear the real actual existing danger, which should lead us to take those steps so dangerous to the Confederation." The Federalists, he concluded, exceeded their power and used the ruse of a crisis to propose radical change. They tell us of dangers to terrify us into an adoption of this new government and intimidate citizens with imaginary dangers. One of the Constitution's astute critics, who published under the pseudonym Brutus Jr. in northeastern states, echoed Patrick's doubts about the immediate danger of anarchy and commotions. "The governments of the respective states," he reported, "are in the full exercise of their powers, and the lives, the liberty, and property of individuals are protected. The challenges in the regulation of trade and payment of the interest of the public debt may be taken care of with calm discussion and deliberate conclusions. He proceeded to condemn the Federalists. Tyrants have always made use of this plea of dire crisis and danger, but nothing in our circumstances can justify it. Even Madison's mentor, Thomas Jefferson, also reached similar conclusions. Our convention has been too much impressed by the Shays' insurrection in Massachusetts. Rejecting oligarchic government and defending economic redistribution. A persistent criticism of the Constitution was that its centralization of power in a national government weakened the spirit of 1776 and the Declaration's promise of consent of the governed. Highly and dangerously oligarchic was how an anti-federalist summed up the new national government. Patrick Henry warned that our rights and privileges are endangered by the imposition of a distant national government with supreme authority over taxing, borrowing money, currency, commerce, and war. While anti-federalists were not reticent about acknowledging the risks of ill-informed or misled majorities, they tended to agree that harm is more often done by the tyranny of the rulers than by the licentiousness of the people. The anti-federalist, known as Martin Luther, insisted on just principles of representation. Representatives, he contended, ought to speak the sentiments of his constituents, and ought to vote in the same manner that his constituents would do. Questioning Madison's use of filtration to insulate government officials from citizens, Martin Luther made the case for representatives to be dependent on his constituents and answerable to them. His connection ought to be as near and as close as possible. The anti-federalists cautioned in newspaper columns that the Constitution proposed a limited form of representation. It merely offered what the British monarchy held out and pulled back from the spirit of 1776. The Constitution proposed a framework of representation, Patrick Henry charged, that was grossly inadequate and can only nominally be found. The old Whig observed that distancing common people from government in deference to their superiors isn't the language of the Revolution. He ridiculed the claim that common people have no right to judge of the affairs of government, that they are not fit for it, that they should leave these matters to their superiors. Turning to satire to draw the attention of late 18th century newspaper readers, he mocked the Federalists as very kind gentlemen who insist upon doing so much good for us. After all, he continues, idiots and maniacs ought certainly to be restrained from doing themselves mischief, and ought to be compelled to that which is for their own good. With acute accuracy, anti-federalists publicly itemized the Constitutional Convention's private calculations to block direct citizen election of government officials. A common target was the selection of presidents by the Electoral College. The president cannot represent you, reasoned Letters of Cato, because he is not your own immediate choice. The Electoral College, a Columbia patriot pointed out, was nearly tantamount to the exclusion of the voice of the people. The selection of senators by state legislatures was identified as another mechanism to blunt direct popular consent. Although it was not a consistent theme among anti-federalists, some connected the Constitution's scaling back of representation with the termination of economic redistribution by state legislatures. The Constitution's opponents understood that the Federalists calculated to abolish and annihilate the state government, to sharply reduce the attachments of representatives with the specific and particular needs of their constituents. Where state legislators were nearing close to their constituents and responded to their circumstances, the new national government was not expected to sympathetically appreciate the wants of the people and improve their circumstances and interests. The rich men, the American explained, favored the revolt against the British during the Revolution because it was for their interest as long as they could stay at home and send the common people into the field to fight their battles. After the war, he continued, the rich men offer you a plan of a new federal government, contrived with great art and shaded with obscurity, to fix the yoke on your necks until your boasted liberty is but a sound. The Constitution's efforts to block state legislatures from aiding the vulnerable registered in the ratification conventions. Towns that benefited from tax and debt relief and the issuing of paper money during the 1780s often produced delegates who voted against ratification and were allies of the anti-federalists. Their ranks were joined by Westerners, Southerners, and small farmers saddled with debt-heavy land. Resisting the gentry's restoration. Divining the Federalists' private aim to restore the gentry's status and position, anti-federalists warned that the Constitution was designed to form an aristocratic body. Brutus Jr. shared with his readers that many of the Constitutional Convention delegates possessed high aristocratic ideas. Letter of Cato agreed that the Constitution will usher in an aristocracy bordering on a monarchy. Old Whig and other anti-federalists linked the Constitution's aristocratic inclination to festooning presidents with a fountain of all honors in the United States and enormous powers that create, in reality, a king. The Columbian Patriot equated the Electoral College with an aristocratic junto. The Federalists' counter-revolution prevailed. If American citizens voted on whether to adopt the U.S. Constitution in the late 1780s, it may well have been defeated because of its affront to state sovereignty and responsive lawmaking. The Federalists, however, overcame the opposition to the Constitution to secure ratification by outmaneuvering the anti-federalists, exploiting biases in the process, and perhaps most decisively, retaining muted representative government. The Federalists strategically calibrated communications to dampen the potential for intense public opposition to the Constitution. From the beginning, they were secretive about their plan to hijack the convention's purpose from improving the Confederation to replacing it. They also kept a tight lid on the discussions in Philadelphia. The result? The Constitution was unexpected and indeed shocking in its scope and radical design. When the Constitution was first presented to the Confederation's Congress, some members responded by attempting to censure the delegates to the Constitutional Convention for ignoring their guidelines to work on improvements. It took 2 days of debate to defeat it. During the ratification process, the Federalists undercut potent criticisms through misdirection to distract attention from its most radical and unpopular feature, curtailing the powers of what had previously been independent states. One of their most effective contrivances was to label themselves the Federalists, even though they were nationalists, while branding the advocates of state sovereignty the anti-federalists. Friendly newspaper coverage aided the Federalists' crafted communications. It was more extensive than what was available to the anti-federalists and amplified the deceptive framing of the Constitution. In addition to the Federalists' crafted public communications, they aggressively orchestrated the process of ratification in ways that outmaneuvered the Constitution's critics. In comparison to the anti-federalists, the Constitution's advocates included more professionals, lawyers, merchants, and creditors, with experience operating within government and jiggering the government process to their benefit. In particular, they worked within state legislatures to authorize the Constitutional Convention and designed an advantageous procedure of requiring the approval of only 9 states instead of all 13. The Federalists' network also coordinated their strategies across state ratifying conventions. Their opponents often lacked this level of networking. In the decisive campaign in New York State, Hamilton and other Federalists coordinated their campaign to confront the initial opposition to ratifying the Constitution with a communications blitz through friendly newspapers and strategic compromises that peeled off critics In the end, the New York Convention narrowly approved ratification, with 52.6% of the votes. The Anti-Federalists struggled to overcome the advantages of the Constitution's advocates. The Anti-Federalists lacked reliable newspaper coverage. They also could not match the professional training and capacity of the Federalists to coordinate and turn out its supporters to the state ratifying conventions, especially the critical events in large coastal cities. The Anti-Federalists lacked the strategic experience and skill to blunt their opponents. One of their most damaging mistakes was boycotting the convention, which enabled Madison and his allies to shroud the Constitution in secrecy. Prominent figures, such as Virginia's powerful Patrick Henry, chose not to attend, handing the Federalists an enormous advantage. By not showing up in Philadelphia or keeping their reservations private, as was the case with the delegates who refused to sign the Constitution, the critics ceded the capacity to sound the public alarm about the emerging nationalist plan and build broad opposition well before the ratification process. Instead, the Anti-Federalists gave the Constitution's drafters a free pass to construct an insulated national government with less time to inform citizen associations, publicly pose questions, and build resistance. The Federalists possessed another advantage. One of their primary motivations, stopping economic redistribution, was not a consistent priority for the Anti-Federalists. Although some spoke up for the economic stakes of citizens active in local and state governments, the ranks of Anti-Federalists included owners of land and businesses as well as conservatives leery of government altering the distribution of resources. The most visible Anti-Federalists tended to be relatively well-educated and affluent. Many were doubtful about debt relief and the issuing of paper money and refrained from making economic leveling a priority. Perhaps the most significant step taken by the Federalists was to preempt a clear referendum on representation and aristocracy. During the Constitution's drafting, delegates voted down and omitted anti-democratic features that threatened to intensify opposition during the impending ratification process. While most delegates privately shared misgivings about democratic rights and welcomed the vigor of monarchy and the stability of aristocracy, they also accepted that they could not publicly back this agenda without being seen as abandoning the Declaration's promise of equality and public consent. Anticipation of a political firestorm contributed to voting down proposals for property qualifications to vote and hold office, as well rejecting the opposition to direct elections to the U.S. House of Representatives. The framers' calculated concessions to political feasibility equipped them with flexibility during the ratification process. They responded to Anti-Federalists by spotlighting features of citizen representation and popular sovereignty, and obscured the effect of the controversial overall structure to revive the gentry and roll back the strong democracy in states. When faced with charges of proposing a system destructive to liberty, as Patrick Henry and many other Anti-Federalists charged, Madison and his allies committed to adopting the Bill of Rights during the First Congress. In short, the Federalists used advantages in resources and organization to marginalize Anti-Federalist arguments and overcome expressed and latent public resistance. A legacy of populist backlash. In relatively quick succession, following the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the British were defeated. The Articles of Confederation unleashed organized citizen engagement in state politics and economic redistribution, and the Constitutional Convention reacted by containing and institutionalizing new, though restrained, democratic practices. Generic accounts of the Constitution's separation of powers and checks and balances often focus on abstract philosophical debates and ignore the pitched social battles that defined its institutional and political origins. The clash between the old and newly emerging social orders defined the contradictory impulses of the Constitutional Convention. On the one hand, delegates were transfixed by newly engaged citizens pressing to wrest control over government and society. Associations of laborers and farmers set out in the decade after the Declaration to organize citizens who had typically stayed away from politics during the colonial era, to exercise their political rights through elections and assembly, and to pressure state legislatures to respond to their instructions and dire economic needs. Madison's private communications voiced the alarm of many who were affluent and among the gentry. The Constitution's answer was to replace responsive state legislatures with a national government designed to filter and slow the effects of citizen activism. On the other hand, the shrewdest among the Constitution's delegates appreciated that their effectiveness depended on acknowledging in some form the new sense of agency among citizens who were inspired by the Declaration and their experiences in the states. Returning to the colonial social and political orders was not an option. The result is that the framers of the Constitution founded democratic rules, procedures, and rights that became an arsenal for future generations seeking to expand political representation. The momentous years of the early Republic left two contradictory legacies. First, the strong democracy of the 1780s demonstrates that political representation in America is neither monolithic nor necessarily defined by the foreclosing of authentic citizen participation and political influence. While the feasibility of reviving this model is uncertain, there is a vibrant precedent for the contemporary linking of citizen activism and political effectiveness. The second legacy contributed to impending coherent citizen activism and erecting the contemporary model of constrained political representation. Madison's constitutional framework fostered over time a style of factional politics that atomized citizens and concentrated power among the few. 3. The American Form of Democracy, 1796 to 1836. Thomas Jefferson and Andrew Jackson were bookends in the development of a distinctively American form of democracy during the first third of the 19th century. While they share seminal roles in American political history, their personal demeanors and backgrounds differ starkly. Jefferson was an urbane international man of letters and astute political figure who drafted the Declaration of Independence and served as third president, 1801 to 1809. Jackson rode to the presidency, 1829 to 1837, on the glory of defeating the British in New Orleans during the War of 1812. Unlike the well-mannered and affluent presidents before him, Jackson's ascent earned him a reputation as a brutal killer who defied orders, a vulgar frontiersman, and a dangerous man, as Jefferson put it. The reception among Washington, D.C. officialdom to Jefferson's first inaugural speech, conciliatory without any species of distraction or disorder, contrasted markedly with its horror at the king mob that Jackson welcomed to his swearing-in. Jefferson and Jackson capitalized on the convergence of three dynamics to precipitate enduring changes in democratic institutions. First, the alliance of the Constitution's framers fractured, creating space for significant institutional innovation. President George Washington enjoyed unusually broad support. His departure gave way to intense political rivalry and competition that revealed a significant flaw with the Constitution. The closely contested presidential elections in 1796 and 1824 produced deadlocks that required resolution by the U.S. House of Representatives. The outcomes were contentious and, from the perspectives of the vanquished, Jefferson and Jackson, illegitimate because political maneuvering replaced the will of the people. Second, Jefferson and Jackson advanced their ambition with populist calls to the people, to muster masses of voters against a political system closed to them. Although the Democratic upsurge in the 1780s lingered in the minds of governing elites, both targeted the egalitarian rights of white males to swell their vote totals and overtake insiders. Third, the Declaration's promise of democratic rights and the Constitution's representative system created a structure and incentives for innovation to reach new voters, while protecting the authority and legitimacy of democratic institutions. Jefferson and Jackson pioneered changes that generated two challenges. First, how could they reliably harvest votes from putative supporters? Success in moving new voters to the ballot box was one steep hurdle, but the other was steering support at the ballot box to the right candidate in an era without a history of strong loyalty to a political party. Second, would Jefferson's and Jackson's marshaling of mass participation trigger, as political and economic elites anticipated, a relapse to the excessive democracy of the 1780s and its Robin Hood society, in which rising numbers of less well-off voters used their ballots at the expense of creditors and wealthy landowners? Their disruption of the prevailing norms by mobilizing voters required, according to Jefferson and Jackson and their allies, countermeasures to contain mass democracy and protect the authority of democratic institutions from demagogues posing as the voice of the people. The new forms of politics in the early republic, the selection of presidential nominees by political parties and their national nominating conventions, would have enduring effects. They initiated democratic rules and incentives that structured the pursuit of power for generations. They also became a target of political conflict. In the wake of Jefferson and Jackson, American democracy would, over time, come to be equated with battles over how political parties nominate candidates. White supremacy and its clash with America's founding commitments was another front of future conflict. Egalitarianism played out in party organizations and national conventions in ways that, at times, facilitated the perpetuation of racial orders, and at other times, disrupted them. Thomas Jefferson, The Breakdown of the Constitution and the Search for Order. Uncertainty hung over America's future after the Constitution's ratification provoked fiery debate in the late 1780s. Would the Constitutional Convention's institutional constructions take hold, or remain intensely contested, struggle to gain authority and legitimacy, and invite public disturbances? Without a tradition of peacefully transferring power, would losing candidates in the new constitutional system dispute the results, or accept their outcome despite personal and policy disagreements? If it avoided the pitfalls of disorder, what form would political struggles for power and position take? Abstract speculation quickly gave way to dueling verdicts of lasting significance. The basic structure, sketched in Philadelphia in 1787, was rapidly accepted. The Constitution's critics, the Anti-Federalists, traded their barbed attacks on the document's legitimacy for participation within the new framework to advocate for liberty and fairness, as well as tangible considerations. Elite agreement among elected politicians and government officials to support George Washington as the country's first president soothed animosity and created a cooling-off period following the acrimony that accompanied the Constitution's ratification. Even as the explicit challenges to the Constitution dissipated, however, its lofty designs collided with unanticipated practical problems that threatened to undermine the new political system. Washington's decision not to run for re-election following his second term tested the operation of the Electoral College in the 1796 and 1800 presidential elections. Its operation both rewarded personal ambition in place of the Republican values the Constitution's framers lauded: virtue, individual liberty, and the public good, and fueled corrosive doubts about the integrity of the process among political elites. The bitter 1796 presidential contest between Washington's Vice President, John Adams, and his former Secretary of State, Thomas Jefferson, produced a peculiar outcome. Both won, even though they hailed from rival political parties. Adams became president, and Jefferson was selected his vice president. This anomaly of cross-party executive resulted from a miscalculation by the Constitutional Convention. Members of the Electoral College, which were selected by state legislatures, were each granted 2 votes to cast for president. The majority winner became president, and the runner-up was vice president. In the 1796 election, Adams received a majority of the electoral votes, 71, while Jefferson received the second most, 68. In the absence of George Washington's unifying influence, Adams and Jefferson and their supporters inaugurated political parties to improve their prospects, despite the earlier warnings of the Constitution's framers that parties would foster factions, ambition, and self-interest over the public good. Policy disagreements over the size and scope of government, Jefferson and later Jackson favored minimal interventions, intensified electoral motivations. Jefferson and Madison teamed up to found the Democratic-Republican Party in the early 1790s and strengthened it during Washington's second term in order to oppose Hamilton's nationalist agenda, promote republicanism, and organize against Adams. They built a base in the South, which broadened into a national party over the coming decades. By contrast, Adams and his supporters affiliated with the Federalist Party and marshaled a base of support in New England. The 1800 presidential election, as well as the 1824 contest, laid bare a further law with the Constitutional Convention's design of the Electoral College. The first election of the 19th century started as a rematch of Adams and Jefferson, but ended with another anomaly. Jefferson and Aaron Burr, the former U.S. Senator who ran as Jefferson's vice presidential candidate, received identical Electoral College totals and faced off in the U.S. House of Representatives. Each received the Electoral College votes of the states they won, and the Constitution's rules prevented electoral voters from distinguishing between their presidential and vice presidential choices. Jefferson and others expected Burr to defer to his senior running mate, but instead he contested the race through 2 months and 36 ballots in the U.S. House of Representatives until Jefferson prevailed. The pattern of the U.S. House, and not voters, deciding the outcome of elections was unpopular, corrosive of founding principles, and an infuriating hurdle for dueling politicians. It undermined one of the nation's founding principles, popular sovereignty. In place of voters determining the outcome of elections, the U.S. House decided the outcome after months of unseemly deal-making. It also undermined the principle of separating the distinct branches of government. Congressional selection of the president would, in the words of Gouverneur Morris at the Constitutional Convention, make the president the tool of a faction of some leading demagogue in the legislature. Jefferson and his ambitious campaign supporters responded to the Constitution's election fiasco by developing novel strategies to capitalize on the mostly dormant pool of eligible voters, while also containing the potentially disruptive consequences of citizen activism that stirred elite misgivings. The confluence of political entrepreneurship with elite divisions created an opening to introduce new political institutions to sharply increase voter turnout, while safeguarding the authority of government institutions and political representation. Elite mobilization and voter resurgence. Jefferson's determined campaign invested resources in reaping the electoral benefits of white men gaining access to democratic rights to vote and speak critically in public about government policies and officials, including the president. Jefferson's campaigns, especially his 1800 race, produced an unprecedented democratic revolution. By the late 18th century, property requirements were in place, and indeed expanded, as in Massachusetts, to block universal suffrage for white men in more than half of the 13 original states. States took other steps to favor the better off, including malapportionment of seats and bicameral legislatures. In 1800, 5 of the 11 governors were selected, not by popular vote, but by state legislatures. Jefferson's supporters and their allies pushed forward, however, to make the egalitarian rights of white men a reality and contest the colonial era's aristocracy. By the 19th century, the earlier pretensions of the wealthy and the habit of deference to the better born among everyday people was in retreat, surviving only in scattered enclaves, including the stubbornly feudal Connecticut. A writer in Massachusetts complained in 1786 that the wealthy men who follow aristocratic principles hope to drive out that hardy and independent spirit from among us and forge chains for our liberties. But these vestiges of the gentry were bombarded, with encouragement by Jefferson's allies, by a sustained and growing assault of formal petitions and newspaper articles, insisting on wider voting rights and fairer representation. Poor ragged Democrats, a Jefferson supporter insisted, no longer deferred to ye well-fed, well-dressed, chariot-lolling, caucus-keeping, levee-reveling Federalists. Jefferson's supporters built alliances with older community groups active in politics, as well as newer arrivals. The Revolutionary-era committees of correspondence lingered in some parts of the country as a means of responding to misinformation by the Adams administration, filling gaps in public knowledge and coordinating criticism of national policy. Of more significance were about 35 Democratic-Republican societies that drew on journeyman artisans and master craftsmen after the 1790s to confront political elites and the gentry and insist on the equal rights of man. They stoutly challenged the custom of public deference to those in power who laughed at and ridiculed common people and considered government to belong naturally only to a few families who ought to be obeyed and supported. The Democratic-Republican societies, also referenced as true Republican, constitutional, United Freemen, and patriotic, were particularly aggressive in exercising what had been abstract constitutional rights to free speech. Their targets were the Federalist Party, and in particular, Alexander Hamilton's activist agenda as the first U.S. Treasury Secretary that they derided as the prescriptions of aristocracy under the mask of federalism. Particular venom was targeted at Hamilton's push, with Washington's support, to float government securities, impose an excise tax on distilled liquor, and establish a national bank to pay down the mammoth federal and state debt accumulated during the Revolutionary War and Confederation. These policies were necessary, Hamilton and Washington insisted, to create pools of capital for economic development and restore the confidence of financial markets. The Democratic-Republican societies and other critics vigorously objected, however. They charged, as a Georgia representative in the U.S. House put it, that the policies were calculated to benefit a small part of the country. Indeed, there were winners and losers. Speculators in the North cashed in on the government securities they purchased at low rates in the 1780s. It also bailed out debt-laden states, like Massachusetts. The losers included southern states that had mostly retired their debts and those burdened by the excise tax on liquor. The anger erupted in Pennsylvania, where rural societies launched the 1794 Whiskey Rebellion, blocking a federal tax collector in defiance of Hamilton's excise tax and flouting the new government's authority. The Federalists confirmed criticisms of their arrogance and ultimately invigorated opposition by attempting to squash the dissent in the 1790s. President Washington was joined by the Senate and House in formally censuring Democratic-Republican societies for challenging government policy and inciting disorder. By 1798, John Adams signed the Alien and Sedition Acts to suppress criticisms of the federal government that it claimed were false. Instead of terminating public opposition, the Democratic-Republican societies, as well as Jefferson and Madison, seized on the acts as targets of political attack for violating the First Amendment and the values of the Revolution. Jefferson protested the attacks on the freedom of discussion and the freedom of writing, printing, and publishing. The maneuvering by Jefferson and his allies produced a Democratic outpouring and smashing electoral victory in the 1800 election. Jefferson's campaign walloped Adams by more than a 22 percentage point margin, 61.4% to 38.6%. It also expanded the electorate and set a precedent for mass electoral mobilization on which Jackson would build. While only a small portion of the population voted during George Washington's 2 elections, national voter turnout increased from 20.1% of the eligible population to 32.3% between 1796 and 1800. As many as 7 out of 10 eligible voters cast ballots in some counties during the 1800 contest. By the end of Jefferson's presidency, the portion of white male turnout for certain elections doubled to 70% in Massachusetts and nearly tripled in Pennsylvania. This pattern of sharply higher turnout swept New England and the mid-Atlantic states. Searching for a new synthesis of egalitarianism and order. A priority of the Washington and Adams administrations was strengthening the central government's resources and administrative tools to project economic and military power. The search for new government capacity was paralleled by the Jefferson campaign's construction of new organizational practices and techniques to reach and turn out voters reliably. Jefferson's dependence on his party organization was reinforced by norms against direct personal campaign appeals, which were equated at the time with demagoguery. Political ambition to avenge Jefferson's 1796 defeat drove his campaign to build the political party into an instrument for mass mobilization by drawing on the techniques and strategies of the Democratic Republican societies and other community groups. Under the watchful eye of Aaron Burr and Philadelphia's John Beckley, they repurposed existing publications and political groups to stage public events, recruit loyal campaign workers, and create an infrastructure of loyal newspapers to spread their campaign messages in 1800. Election committees and networkers operated in Massachusetts, Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York, with a particular focus on Manhattan. In Massachusetts, for instance, Republicans deployed county and town committees to distribute campaign messages, build voter support, and turn out the vote on Election Day. Most of these activities flouted the sedition law that Adams passed. In the case of Democratic-Republican societies, the Jefferson forces shifted them from criticizing government to election work. They redirected existing local committees and networks, including urban activists, to convey a coherent message through partisan newspapers and other types of communications, as well as to introduce methods for reaching more voters and getting more of them to the ballot box. Jefferson coupled his campaign's institutional turn with a form of nascent populism, in Michael Kazan's artful phrase, that would develop more fully under Andrew Jackson, and especially late 19th century reformers. Jefferson's campaign message attacked the hold of urban speculators over a distant, powerful government and charged that the Federalists leached off the labor of others, corruptly lined their pockets, and prosecuted those who spoke up. Jefferson promised to take on corruption to protect Republican values and ensure that rewards result not from birth, but from our actions, as he proclaimed in his inaugural address. Jefferson exercised another populist strategy, promising to restore power to the people and championing the value of equality. He connected the national unity with a reverence of those who labor in the earth, the free planters and yeomen who were moral, hard-working, and independent. Jefferson and his campaign deftly summoned public frustration and resentment to advance their own ambitions. Jefferson himself candidly attributed his power to his pastoral populism that would deliver a mighty wave of public opinion to support him and his reforms. Elite manipulation of populism to serve their own interest is a constant pattern, as future chapters show. Adams and the Federalist Party lost a landslide election in 1800 after failing to square their politics with the democratic ideas unleashed in the 1790s. The new political reality of an expanding electorate and the imperative of organization to compete did not register, as it did for Jefferson's supporters, in its planning and campaigning. Adams and his supporters remained in the hold of 18th century elite orthodoxy, the expectation that citizens defer to their betters, and the fear that activism, by the common man, threatens property and order. Elite trepidations about the mob. The successful use of party organization and populist appeals by Jefferson's campaign forged new forms of politics that modified the incentives initially introduced by the Constitution and, over time, defined the options, interests, and challenges for future political figures. Their renewal of egalitarian commitments created, however, tensions by appearing to erode the authority of government and jeopardize the social order. The unease of political and community leaders with rapidly expanding political participation was, in part, driven by partisan opposition to Jefferson and his allies. Federalists equated the mobilization of citizens to vote and publicly protest policies with the ungovernable passions of a simple democracy, and warned that an impending uprising would create a land of groans, tears, and blood. Federalists were particularly unsettled by the danger posed by Democratic-Republican societies. Their formation for the avowed purpose of a general influence and control upon the measures of government was declared unlawful by prominent Federalist Oliver Wolcott, Jr. A conservative English émigré agreed that they were butchers, tinkers, broken hucksters, and transatlantic traitors. Jefferson was vilified for this democratic surge by landowners and the wealthy, who derided him as a traitor to his class. Jefferson and the elites who supported him were not immune, though, to the apprehension about the Democratic outpouring after Washington's departure. Jefferson was initially leery of the Democratic-Republican societies, and only came to accept them as an expediency to overcome the deadlock with the Federalists that the Electoral College reinforced. His own unease was reinforced by other Republicans who favored restraining what they described as a frightening arousal of the masses into a popular political force. This unease with Democratic outpourings was harbored by his ally, James Madison, even as he benefited from it. Jefferson was also mindful that a reputation for excessive populism would harm his search for tactical alliances with other elites in a time of deadlock, most notably with his rival Hamilton, who tilted the 1800 election in his favor. Jefferson and his campaign searched for a particular form of representational politics that simultaneously enabled them to benefit from mass political participation and addressed elite trepidations about the degree of mob rule. In several steps, Jefferson and his supporters designed and protected the authority and legitimacy of representative institutions. Before the 1796 election, Jefferson and his inner circle imposed limits on the participation of Democratic-Republican societies and other community groups in order to safeguard and restrict political representation. In particular, the citizen groups that Jefferson rallied were blocked from managing candidate nominations and campaigns. Insulating the selection of candidates helps to account for Jefferson's acceptance of the Congressional Caucus, or King Caucus, to control the nomination of candidates during the 18th and early 19th centuries. Members of Congress, 19th century political sociologist Moisey Ostrogorsky explained, believed they have better opportunities of knowing the character and talents of the several candidates than those who have never seen them and never acted with them. In addition to acquiescing to the selection of candidates by the Congressional Caucus, Jefferson's cautious approach to containing citizen activism was also evident in his use of electoral politics as a mechanism to channel and contain citizens, including the most engaged. Later in his life, Jefferson identified his contribution as advancing America's form of government, not by the sword, but by the rational and peaceable instrument of reform. As for Jefferson's populism, it too was characterized by ambiguity. He preached the virtues of the yeoman farmer and sins of distant government, but he also enlarged national and presidential power once in the White House. Jefferson's innovation was not to threaten the republic, but rather to find a new synthesis of social control and the exercise of political equality. Jefferson's moderation and devotion to the authority and legitimacy of democratic institutions permeated his inaugural address, where he famously cautioned that every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. In the decades following Washington's retirement from politics, Jackson and Van Buren joined Jefferson in searching for a new political synthesis that would equip them to win the White House by rousing citizens to exercise their rights to vote, while continuing to channel and contain mass political participation within safe boundaries. Andrew Jackson and the Institutional Turn. Before 1824, when Andrew Jackson emerged in national politics, the combination of war, economic panic, and elite competition renewed scrutiny of the limits on the exercise of egalitarian citizen rights. The War of 1812 was precipitated by Britain's enforcement of a blockade that restricted American trade with Napoleon's France, as well as its arming of Native Americans to impede President James Madison's plans for Western expansion. The war was initially unpopular due to its costs. The Americans suffered military defeats that included the burning of the capital. The British raids along the East Coast were quite effective in interrupting trade. The tide turned, however, with America's victories, the stymieing of Britain's invasion, and the negotiation of the Treaty of Ghent, 1814, that left U.S. boundaries unchanged. The conclusion of the War of 1812 unleashed triumphant celebrations and what became known as the Era of Good Feelings. It also catapulted Jackson into national fame as a general who repelled Britain's invasion of New Orleans and sapped its fighting spirit. In the eyes of many Americans at the time, the War of 1812 was a victory for the country's budding democracy that everyday people fought and died to defend. During and after the war, reformers and newspapers seized on the opportunity to demand that wartime service and sacrifices be rewarded by continuing the Jeffersonian wave of expanding the right to vote and equitable political representation. A supporter of New York political titan DeWitt Clinton, an early 19th century mayor of New York City and governor of the state, explained the necessary political calculus. We must be on the side of the people. If our adversaries are Republicans, we must be Democratic. If they are Democratic, we must be Jacobinal. For a 19th century audience, the point was clear. Better to give the pretense of favoring the French Revolution and its radical push to dismantle barriers to equality than be seen as tolerating the privileges of the old order. As politicians competed to promote the widening of egalitarian rights to broader circles of white men, property qualifications to vote were mostly rolled back. Many of the state restrictions at the war's start were abolished or weakened. This pattern of broadening suffrage occurred in New Jersey, Ohio, New England states, and recently admitted Western states, including Indiana and Illinois, which were eager to attract new settlers and satisfy statehood requirements. New York continued a process of rolling back restrictions that started a dozen years earlier, when Federalists limited voting in New York City to merely 5% of the qualified electorate. In addition, Pennsylvania was part of a group of 18 states that would put the selection of presidential electors in the hands of voters by 1824. Voters directly chose presidential electors in all but 2 states by 1828. Connecticut and Rhode Island continued to stand out as exceptions in this wave of reform. But after 1815, reformers pushed through wider suffrage and lowered barriers to voting by white males. The incentives of ambitious politicians to compete for the swelling number of eligible voters increased as labor associations continued to grow in northern cities. Philadelphia's Mechanics' Union of Trade Associations was part of a movement in cities that combined electoral politics with the mobilizing of men working in artisan trades, dock workers, cartmen, shop clerks, and other laborers. Andrew Jackson strode into this moment of exceptional turmoil as a brash and ruthless frontiersman, bathed in national glory from his victory during the War of 1812. Entering national politics for the first time can be a handicap, but not during this period, when the rising attention of political elites to citizens collided with a devastating economic crisis that began in 1819. The targets of popular blame were those in power. The Democratic-Republican Party won the White House and majorities in Congress for more than 2 decades after the Federalist Party crested with John Adams's 1796 presidential election. As the Federalist Party dissolved, a large group rebranded themselves as New Republicans and followed the lead of Henry Clay, the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Clay pushed through Congress a package of initiatives he labeled the American System that continued Hamilton's agenda of using the central government to promote the economy. Tariffs were imposed to shield domestic manufacturing from the competition of cheaper British goods. Public lands were sold. The Bank of the U.S. was rechartered, and new spending was approved for transportation, roads, canals, and bridges, as well as favors for friends and supporters. The Panic of 1819 impoverished legions of Americans and ignited a political backlash against Washington, D.C. and the activist policies it had pursued. Although the economic crisis was precipitated by global and domestic financial markets, it set the stage for Jackson to ride in from the frontier as a populist outsider, ready to blame the established order. The convergence of political ambition, intense elite competition, and Jefferson's elevating of political parties as an avatar of democracy guided Jackson's strategies for election and reform. Elite mobilization. Jackson targets voters. Jackson ran for president 3 times. The first run was in 1824 and was built on his national reputation as a war hero and outsider, unsullied by the culpability of Washington, D.C. in the economic devastation. Turning a potential weakness into an asset, Jackson and his supporters promoted his lack of connections to the founding generation or to a well-known family name as a political advantage. Jackson's personal journey from the margins of early America granted him authenticity, but it was inadequate to prevail in 1824. He won in the East, South, and West, and secured the most popular votes, 152,901, and electoral votes, 99. As in 1796, the Constitution's Electoral College intervened, despite the 12th Amendment that separated the vote for president and vice president. Jackson failed to satisfy its requirement of a majority of 131 electoral votes. Meeting in January 1825, the House of Representatives selected the second-place finisher, John Quincy Adams, 114,023 votes and 84 electoral votes, as the 6th president, after he reportedly cut a deal with the third-place finisher, Henry Clay. Jackson refused to bargain and fumed at the intrigue, corruption, and sale of public office that humiliated the American character and the constitutional rights of the people. Jackson and his supporters insisted that the selection of Adams lacked democratic legitimacy. Jackson's outrage motivated him to abandon his earlier inclination to be president of the nation and not of a party, and After the 1824 campaign, he joined forces with Martin Van Buren to build a National Party organization to mobilize voters and bypass the system that rewarded elections are democracy. Jackson and his campaign developed a two-pronged strategy. The first was to narrow democracy to mobilizing voters for the short-term objective of winning elections. Adjusting to the emerging political environment, Jackson's campaign prioritized the instrumental value of targeting the discrete, isolated episodes of elections, instead of organizing as a broad, continuous process. Jackson singled out elections as the panacea for all the ills of government. The right of suffrage, he insisted, is the great constitutional corrective in the hands of the people against usurpation of power or corruption by their agents. Democracy became both potentially more adept in directing government power and narrowed to the window of campaigning for office. The earlier investment during the 1780s in developing the skills and networks of citizens and their communities was now assessed as less rational. Building political parties as national organizations. Second, the competition to become president and Jackson's ambition to succeed propelled his campaign to build substantially on Jefferson's start to erect an efficacious National Party organization. This commitment to party development followed the splintering of the Democratic-Republican Party after the 1824 election. One faction supported Adams in 1824 and later nominated Henry Clay in 1832 before becoming the National Republican Party and then the Whig Party. Jackson's supporters retained the Democratic-Republican Party label until the 1832 Democratic National Convention officially renamed it the Democratic Party. The splintering of the Democratic-Republican Party fueled opposition to the work of Jackson's allies to construct a comparatively effective National Party organization. President James Monroe, who departed after the 1824 election, derided political parties as the curse of the country because of their damage to the public good. John Quincy Adams, who replaced Monroe, vowed to break up the last remnant of party distinction. Jackson himself echoed this anti-party sentiment in the run-up to the 1824 election. His ambition and controversial defeat to Adams converted him to party building. Van Buren, whom Jackson recruited to steer him to victory in 1828, forcefully advocated for political parties as an antidote to the hoarding of government privileges by Washington insiders and the House selecting winners in closely contested presidential elections. He argued that political conflict, and specifically partisan competition, was unavoidable and indeed indispensable to sustaining the form of representative democracy that the Constitution's framers intended. Efforts to mute party competition by Jackson's predecessors advantaged insiders over the mass of citizens who were left divided, unfocused on their interests, and bereft of the organization necessary to mobilize opposition. Jackson came to defend the political party as a vehicle of the people, and Van Buren insisted it would keep these masses together. Political parties were the organization for mass democracy because they would widen citizen participation and create the electoral college majorities for a single candidate that was necessary to avoid shady dealings in the House. Van Buren was a precocious modernizer. Drawing on his earlier experiences in New York, he ushered in a new generation of professional politicians to replace the stubborn reliance on social connections and ad hoc campaigning. Van Buren brought a passion for organization that was guided by specified routines and procedures, hired individuals with expertise, and judged performance by voter turnout and other quantifiable metrics. In contrast to previous campaigns, Jackson's 1828 and 1832 organizations developed the capacities to mobilize distinct segments of white voters across region, ethnicity, and class. Focused on the potential for a large electorate, Van Buren's campaign fully cast off the dated 18th century presumption that voters would defer to their betters in favor of aggressive, targeted techniques of voter appeal during Jackson's presidential races. The Jackson campaign, with its headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee, orchestrated frequent spectacles of rallies and parades to excite and turn out supporters. The Jackson organization's boisterous and aggressive public campaigning was a departure from the earlier practice of smaller, less frequent, and often uncoordinated events, but was critical in the 19th century when candidates were expected to refrain from directly pleading for votes. Although Jackson largely abided by the norms of his age by relying on party organization instead of extensive personal appeals, he did disturb some contemporary observers by personally promoting his campaign in meetings with delegations and using newspapers to distribute his letters and views expressed in interviews. In addition, Van Buren organized an early effort to establish mass communications by creating a dense network of newspapers that crisscrossed every state. Building coalitions in urban and rural areas in the North and South was a campaign priority. Van Buren reached out to disparate factions and sculpted the campaign organization to build and maintain these valuable alliances. His elaborate operation of voter appeals, newspapers, coalition building, and more cost money, which triggered an organizational process for fundraising. Van Buren's embrace of organizational capacity as necessary to mobilize voters within a country saddled with uneven communications and difficult travel meshed with more general moves toward erecting political institutions. His efforts followed more than 2 decades of building the government's central authority and capabilities and raising money to pay for it. Jackson's populism. Jackson's crusade for the people and against corruption accelerated the emergence of 19th century populism, which would later flourish in the protests of farmers after the Civil War. He articulated a broader and more searing populism than Jefferson along 3 dimensions, each of which fits the pattern of self-serving elite manipulation. The first prong of Jackson's populist appeal was his attack on corruption in America, especially its seat of national government power, Washington, D.C. His experiences running a Tennessee farm and serving in the military instilled a deep-seated suspicion of a distant government that favored those with connections. Jackson scorned the national government interventions that Adams and Clay promoted as executive patronage and legislating on behalf of the favored few at the expense of the many. "When I view the splendor and magnificence of the government in Washington, D.C., Jackson confessed, I shudder for the consequence, creating a money aristocracy and robbing the people by saddling them with debt and unreliable paper money." For Jackson and many voters, the economic collapse in 1819 resulted from government activism and the reliance on debt and paper money. Limited government that starved the corrupt was the antidote. Jackson's populist attack on corruption targeted the Second Bank of the U.S., BUS, and the presidential nomination system run by the Congressional Caucus. A quick word about America's tortured history with national banks. Hamilton created the much-criticized First Bank, but was unable to rally support to continue it past 1811. The Second Bank replaced it, with President Madison's approval in 1816. It handled the government's money, income, payments, and debt, and ceded branches in multiple states. In a new country struggling to conduct the basic functions of government, the bank's job was to sustain the good standing of the country's credit, to borrow money, and facilitate commerce. Unlike the contemporary Federal Reserve Bank, however, the Second Bank's role was meager. It was inconceivable that it would set monetary policy, the raising and lowering of its interest rates to manage economic growth, regulate private banks, or step in as a lender of last resort in emergencies when banks collapsed, which occurred about every decade in the 19th century. For Jackson, the Second Bank was a ready-made target to mobilize masses of Americans behind his populist outrage against elites and catapult himself into the White House. He and his supporters blamed banks and political insiders for capturing government power to enrich themselves, and for putting a chokehold on credit that hit everyday people and fueled foreclosures. The bank's finances certainly reeked of privilege. Only a few hundred wealthy white men controlled most of its stocks, and it became the world's largest moneyed corporation. Jackson thrashed the bank for equipping a few moneyed capitalists to get rich and to use their wealth to bribe government officials. Jackson's populist rage crystallized in his veto of the congressional reauthorization of the Second Bank in 1832, and is charged that the rich and powerful bend the axe of government to their selfish purposes. Evoking his reputation as a war hero, Jackson brandished his veto pen to take a stand against any prostitution of our government to the advancement of the few at the expense of the many. Instead of serving the people, the bank swelled its power and opulence and made the rich richer and the potent more powerful. The vehemence of Jackson's attack was fed by his own searing experience with banking. In an ironic twist of history, the son of Alexander Hamilton, the first promoter of a national bank, prepared an analysis for Jackson that the BUS was unconstitutional because Congress created it by asserting powers it lacked and threatening popular sovereignty. The bank, Hamilton's son reported, concentrated in the hands of a few men, a power over the money of the country. While Jackson slammed the BUS for privileging the rich, he castigated the Congressional Caucus for fixing the nomination of presidential candidates and trying to block his path to the presidency. With the Democratic-Republican Party dominating presidential elections by winning 6 consecutive races as of 1824, the King Caucus wielded the power of deciding who would be the party's nominee and therefore president. The King Caucus's supremacy was unchallenged for nearly 2 decades after George Washington stepped down, but Jackson unleashed withering attacks on it for protecting a corrupt aristocracy that was attempting to cheat the people out of their constitutional rights and force public opinion to take up a particular candidate. If the caucus system remained, he warned, the people would be stripped of their power, and a dictatorship would emerge. A small number amounting to less than a quarter of Congress would select the Republican Party candidate and the eventual president by coercing the people to follow them. After 1824, the King Caucus was silenced. The second prong of Jackson's populist appeal to lift his presidential ambitions was to summon the people to rise up and drive out the corruption. He anchored himself in the tradition of old Jeffersonian Democratic-Republican principles. Jackson fashioned his public identity as a champion of the common man and defender of the people and humble members of society against the parasitic privileged insiders who promoted the Bank of the U.S., the King Caucus, and Washington's giveaway projects. His campaign framed a stark choice. Shall the Adams government or the people rule? Jackson championed the constitutional right of suffrage as anchoring America's egalitarian commitment. Political power, he insisted, resided with the independent exercise of their free suffrage and the majority governing. There is no other corrective of the federal government's abuses, he insisted, but the suffrages of the people and a fair expression of the will of the majority. By extension, his power would depend on election to fill the presidential chair by the people in order to legislate the people's will. Jackson's crusade for the people accelerated the collapse of the social hierarchy and the traditions of deference and aristocratic pretensions that had hung on since the colonial era. The third prong of Jackson's populism was his campaign's cultivation of personal charisma. Beginning in earnest in 1828, his campaign intentionally accented Jackson's heroism, virtue, and humble origins as a representative of the people, unsullied by the intrigue and corruption of Washington, D.C. The strategic purpose was to invite a personal and even emotional bond with Jackson, who was portrayed as locked in a titanic battle for the people in the egalitarian spirit of 1776. The pattern of self-serving elite manipulation of populism took a turn to personal promotion that Jefferson avoided. Organization and populism matters. Jackson's allies and staff were exceptionally effective in tethering his 1828 and 1832 campaign organization and populism to mobilizing popular self-assertion and votes. His overwhelming nationwide victories broke free of the pattern of close or deadlocked elections since 1796. Jackson's winning margins were not outdone during the 19th century. In 1828, the combination of Jackson's populism and Van Buren's campaign organization was remarkably successful in turning out voters. About 1.15 million votes were cast in 1828, compared to 365,928 4 years earlier, more than a threefold increase. Jackson won 55.9% of the vote, 642,809 votes, and 68% of the Electoral College vote, 178 votes, compared to John Quincy Adams's 43.68%, 500,967 votes, and 83 Electoral College votes. These results, Jackson pronounced, were a triumph of the great principle of self-government over the intrigues of aristocracy. Jackson won re-election in 1832 against Henry Clay by more impressive margins, securing 76%, 219, of the Electoral College voters, along with a larger winning margin in the popular vote, 54.74%, and 702,735 votes, compared to Clay's 36.93% and 474,107 votes. The campaign's work to build an organization and populist message that would appeal to voters and broaden coalitions was rewarded by wins in Republican states in New England, Maine and New Hampshire, and much of the South. Jackson's strident veto of the rechartering of the Bank of the U.S. was, in Van Buren's account, popular beyond my most sanguine expectations, and contributed to widening the campaign's broad appeal throughout the nation. Neither Jefferson's nor Jackson's turn to party organization registered with their opponents as necessary to winning elections. Ironically, the Federalists both pioneered the development of the government's administrative capacity and failed in the case of John Adams's 1800 campaign to appreciate the significance of harnessing elections to organizational innovation. In 1828 and 1832, Jackson's presidential elections demonstrated the strategic advantages of marrying populist appeals with a mass-mobilizing party organization, but his opponents did not immediately learn the lesson. Critics continued to pine for the older, more sedate style of campaigning and belittled Jackson's populism and Van Buren's voter outreach as mere effervescence. Defeat would prove a bitter teacher. The effectiveness of Jackson's campaign would exert enduring influence on how American elections are conducted. Van Buren was rewarded by Jackson for loyalty and effectiveness. He was elected vice president in place of the troublesome John C. Calhoun in 1832, and then received the party's nomination to succeed Jackson. Channeling the mobilized. Historians understandably single out the expansion of white male suffrage as a salient feature of Jefferson's and Jackson's legacies, along with the racial and gender exclusions. Their significance extends, however, beyond quantitative measures of voting to the particular institutional form of American democracy that they initiated. They pioneered political party organizations devoted to voter mobilization and a national party convention to select presidential candidates. Jefferson, and especially Jackson, advanced these institutional forms in response to two tangible challenges. One jeopardized their political aspirations, and the other imperiled the political system's stability. Their linkage of democracy with political party and its candidate selection mechanisms would initiate an institutional pattern that would endure for 2 centuries, come to dominate candidate nominations, and threaten representative government. The political project, harvesting votes. The new era of growing voter turnout raised a practical political challenge for election campaigns: how to harvest voters for a preferred candidate. This was particularly true for Jackson's campaign. It recruited voters who were casting a ballot for the first time in an era when identification with a political party was still forming. The campaign faced the unpleasant possibility of turning out voters who cast ballots for another candidate due to a late conversion or confusion in races with multiple candidates, sometimes from the same party. For Jackson and Van Buren, the strategic challenge was to anchor voters and reliably harvest ballots. To solidify votes behind their preferred candidate, Jackson and Van Buren developed what was then the novel mechanism of a National Party convention of state delegates to exercise the power of nominating the candidates for president and vice president. The idea of a National Party convention started to receive serious and sustained attention before the 1824 election. The Albany Argus, the newspaper associated with Van Buren and his allies in New York State, asked whether a national convention may not be the best mode to concentrate the public opinion in the nomination of President and Vice President of the U.S. Van Buren seized on the then obscure idea of a National Party convention in 1827 as the best and probably the only practicable mode of concentrating the entire vote of the opposition against President John Quincy Adams. He continued to tout the strategic value of the National Party convention as a mechanism to concentrate and unify voters during Jackson's campaigns, especially in 1832, and his own run for president in 1836. The National Convention, according to the president of the Democratic Convention that selected Van Buren, was the best means of concentrating the popular will and giving it effect in the approaching election. By equipping the mass of the community to select the nominee, it would then be incumbent upon all party members to support the general will. Van Buren's campaign succeeded in mobilizing voters and solidifying their support behind him. He secured a popular majority and 170 electoral college votes, surpassing the 148 threshold to win in a crowded field with 5 candidates. The National Party Convention to select presidential and vice presidential candidates addressed a tangible political problem: solidifying and harvesting votes. It was also a political tool to register Jackson's populism and attacks on the corrupt congressional caucus. The National Convention also stimulated the growth of state party organizations by relying on them to select the delegates to attend the National Convention, a practice that would endure for 140 years. The party convention, Jackson promised, would equip the people to assume their rights of choosing a president themselves by sending delegates fresh from the people to a general convention for the purpose of selecting candidates for the presidency. In Jackson's titanic battle for democracy, he singled out the National Convention as equipping the people to retain in their hands the election of president and vice president. His linkage of democracy with party candidate selection would set the parameters for future reform. Political control in a system of elite competition. As the founding generation aged, many strained to reconcile the egalitarian values of the Revolution with the reality of universal white male suffrage and the arrival of the common man in government during the first third of the 19th century. The old revolutionaries, Gordon Wood explains, found it difficult to accept that their fate now rested in the opinions and votes of unreflective ordinary people. The country's leading legal mind expressed alarm at America's democracy of numbers and radicalism. the trepidations were amplified by a prominent European commentator's observation that the advance of the people has been like a torrent, sweeping and leveling all before it, until wealth and intelligence are compelled to bend to poverty and ignorance. Although Jefferson's mobilization of voters had stirred questions about the country's governance, Jackson's coarse language, origins outside the founding tradition, and direct appeals to the masses shocked and dismayed economic and political elites who worried that his audacious tactics would incite the thoughtless multitude. Jackson's cabinet, which lacked men of high social standing and worldly reputations, was mocked as constituting a millennium of the minnows. The elite's disdain for Jackson was showcased by John Quincy Adams's public protest of Harvard University's disgraceful decision to grant an honorary degree to a barbarian. Underlying the disquiet was the renewed worry that the common man would use their vote to share the plunder of the rich, as New York conservatives predicted, and revive the Robin Hood spirit. The country's second president, John Adams, identified rising popular participation in the 19th century as a threat to the government's great object of rendering property secure. The Richmond Whig newspaper chastised Jackson and his Democratic Party for classifying the rich and intelligent and denouncing them as aristocrats. It disparaged Jackson for degenerating the Constitution's republic into a democracy, after having caressed, soothed, and flattered the heavy class of the poor and ignorant because they held the power which they wanted. The aging Noah Webster castigated Jackson for creating a democratic devil by insisting on the egalitarian principles that men are created equal. Reviewing the disquiet among America's privileged, a British traveler reported that Jackson had been raised to the office of president by the mob he led. The focus of Jackson's critics on the disruptive impact of his populist appeals neglects, however, the other dimension of his legacy, reconstituting political stability in a system of mass political participation. Jackson and Jefferson accepted existing laws about the eligibility of voters, even though it hurt their prospects, deferred to the Electoral College vote, even though it potentially threatened their superior popular vote margins, and acquiesced to a shady process in the House of Representatives that they believed stole their election. Alternatives existed. Jackson and Jefferson could have launched protracted challenges, especially to the House outcomes, and possibly found traction given the fragile legitimacy of a young republic recently removed from a contentious ratification battle over the Constitution and the deep elite divide over government activism. Jefferson, and more notably Jackson, rejected the path of subverting the Constitution and instead pursued a different alternative, designing new institutions that invited citizens to participate in elections, while also sustaining government authority and deflecting disorder that would threaten private property. By the 1830s, Jackson and Van Buren pinpointed the most significant threat to social order: elite divisions that pit regions against each other. Flipping the script of contemporary democracy doubters, they identified the villains not as active citizens, but rather as ambitious politicians, and especially the highly visible competitors for the White House. Although Van Buren politically benefited from the collapse of the Federalist Party, he nonetheless appreciated that its rivalry with the Democratic-Republican Party had constrained elite disputes. In the face of dueling partisan loyalties, he credited the Democratic-Republican Party with creating welcome cross-region affiliation. Attacks upon Southern Republicans were regarded by those of the North as assaults upon their political brethren, and resented accordingly. In the absence of the Federalist Party and the growing prevalence of anti-party sentiment, he predicted a Pandora's box of evils. It descended on America half a century later in the gruesome Civil War. In Van Buren's prophetic scenario, more than 3 decades before the Civil War, he warned that Geographical divisions founded on local interests or prejudices between free and slaveholding states will inevitably take their place. Van Buren argued that the elites and presidential candidates, not voters, would ignite searing regional divisions and split America. Van Buren turned to political parties as a remedy. He argued that the competition of political parties could be leveraged to focus disputes among politicians toward safe topics and away from the explosive topic of slavery. Substituting party principles for personal preferences, he argued in 1827, would create party feelings to keep the masses together and counteract sectional animus. The common bond among party allies from the North and South, he suggested, would moderate regional differences, avoid party disputes over first principles, and restore a better state of things. Debates over the scope of federal power, James Caesar explained, would make it possible for rival parties to exist together without each feeling the need to destroy a seditious rival. Van Buren's plan anticipated the argument by political scientist E. Schachtschneider that political parties could be an effective means for inviting salient disputes over safe issues that favored the advantaged while obscuring topics from public debate that threatened the political order. While Van Buren's use of party competition would fail to prevent the Civil War, political parties were competitive in all parts of the country by the 1836 election, and for a period contributed to holding off America's violent regional schism over slavery. Egalitarianism and America's white supremacist order. Jefferson's and Jackson's strategies to leverage the egalitarian rights of white men to advance their own political rise accepted, indeed contributed to, the enslaving, murdering, and oppressing of African Americans, Native Americans, and women. The egalitarian values and rights that became anchored in American political institutions during the early 19th century reproduced the white supremacist order. The early 19th century's white democracy. Jefferson and Jackson preached the gospel of empowering the people, but practiced the sins of slavery and misogyny. Historians have challenged Jefferson's once towering reputation by spotlighting his ownership and fathering of slaves and contempt for women. For his part, Jackson was an unremorseful slaveholder who first gained national notoriety for the bloodthirsty murder of Native Americans, bragging at one point that, "We shot them like dogs." Jackson played a role in forcefully removing indigenous peoples from their ancestral homelands in the Southeast and brutally marching them until they were west of the Mississippi River. During the first third of the 19th century, white male democracy strengthened as slavery became more entrenched in the South and remained in parts of the North. While northern states eventually turned against slavery, Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, and other states in the region reduced the voting rights of blacks in the decade or so after 1816. Fear of the rising electoral power of blacks in New York prompted its 1821 convention to disenfranchise the great majority, even as it expanded citizen rights for white citizens by lowering property qualifications, among other reforms. The South's exclusionary system that enslaved blacks also set back the rights of whites and fueled conflict. When white men in South Carolina and other southern states pressed for voting rights, slave owners resisted because of fear that widening egalitarian rights for whites might inspire slaves. It might also undercut landowner domination by empowering poor white men to support a Robin Hood society that taxed them. Party organizations and nominating conventions reproduced and reinforced the exclusion of most adults during the 19th century due to race and gender. While Jefferson and Jackson mobilized white men in order to win the presidency, both candidates accepted the political, civil, and economic coalitions that barred blacks, Native Americans, and women from voting. Indeed, racial and gender exclusions continued or expanded. The ideology and practices of white supremacy recognized white men as exceptional and deserving of citizenship rights, while marking women and people of color as inferior and undeserving. America's antagonistic racial orders. Even as two racial orders took root in the early republic, one based on egalitarianism and the other white supremacy, the double action of widening and narrowing democracy produced differences, resistance, and inconsistencies across states and at the national level during the 19th century. Egalitarian values stirred the conscience in some. Jefferson accepted and relied on slavery, but he also voiced support for ending slavery in any practical way, and backed the termination of the transatlantic slave trade over the South's objection. Meanwhile, labor markets in the North relied on free labor and increasingly coalesced with religious and political groups to oppose slavery. Northern states eventually came together to outlaw slavery in their region and oppose its expansion westward to new territories and states. Most also granted the right to vote to black men, regardless of property. Women joined the abolitionists, and after the 1848 Seneca Falls Convention, launched their own fight for equal rights and the power of the vote. Slavery was morally unstable, colliding in time with the egalitarian promise of the Declaration of Independence. Abraham Lincoln distilled the irreconcilable contradiction. This government cannot endure permanent half-slave and half-free. The legacies of Jefferson and Jackson. The grand principles of the Declaration of Independence and the calculating design of the Constitution were debated in the late 18th century, but tested in the fires of the early 19th century. The dual legacies of Jefferson and Jackson were, first, to elicit the mass democracy that the Constitution's framers feared. They orchestrated the long swing in widening the right to vote from the Constitution's ratification into the mid-19th century, distinguishing the United States as the first country to extend the franchise with few or no explicit economic barriers. The second legacy attempted to tame the first by designing what would become enduring forms of representative politics, political party organizations, and the National Nominating Convention. The conjunction of three factors during the early 19th century shaped the institutional patterning that would structure future directions of American democracy. First, intense elite competition and the looming prospects of violent regional divisions opened cracks in what had been the unity of purpose among the Constitution's framers. Second, the ambition of Jefferson and Jackson to prevail in a presidential election process biased toward deadlock and favoritism propelled them to put into practice the rights of citizens in order to mobilize mass voter turnouts that lifted them to momentous presidential election victories. Third, they eased elite trepidations about the potential disorder of activating mass political participation by renewing the search for order in the institutions and authority of representative democracy. Their institutional innovations, channeling voters through political parties and their nomination process, cast a shadow over coming generations of ambitious politicians and reformers as they weighed their options, opportunities, and constraints. The political dynamics of Jefferson's and Jackson's handiwork would exert enduring effects, but not without tumult and revision. In 1836, Andrew Jackson bequeathed the White House to his loyal ally Martin Van Buren. He draped his passing of the baton of power and populism by holding a National Party convention. True to the pretense of populism, Van Buren's nomination was presented as fresh from the people, but was announced by convention delegates that Jackson had carefully hand-picked, as if they were the breath of his nostrils. The clash of pretense and manipulation would fuel, over the coming decades, powerful movements to return power to the people and restore democracy. The origins of those counterattacks lay in enduring contradictions, promising to return power to citizens while putting the new political forms in the hands of unresponsive political parties, and heralding the people while supporting enslavement and the decimation of Native Americans. Part 2. Disrupting Democratic Institutions. The early 19th century attention to building durable, though incomplete, democracy was abandoned during the 20th century. Ambitious politicians recklessly introduced the direct primary during the Progressive Era and embraced it following the stormy 1968 Democratic Convention. Leading reformers of their day opposed the shift to primary elections, presciently anticipating their routine fracturing of American politics into warring factions. 4. Progressive frustrations. Institutional limits and reform prophecies, 1880s to 1920s. Harsh words among members of Congress are familiar today, but not gunfire and knife fights. Nearly a century ago, though, Fighting Bob La Follette was targeted on the floor of the U.S. Senate. His offense? He used a Senate filibuster to block legislation requested by President Woodrow Wilson in 1917 to arm merchant ships in response to the outbreak of World War I in Europe. Wilson and his allies in Washington insisted the armed ship bill was essential to protect America and repudiated La Follette's opposition as an evil endeavor in which no loyal American would have engaged, according to the New York Times. La Follette retorted in this and other exchanges over U.S. intervention into World War I that cruel greed and profit were the real motives. War was the social reformer's doom, he charged. It would bring awful suffering to the masses. The venomous exchanges unleashed bedlam on the floor of the Senate on March 3, 1917, when a crucial vote loomed. The Wisconsin senator sent his son to retrieve the bag that contained his gun. Meanwhile, two senators ominously moved toward him, one with a gun to shoot La Follette, and the other with a rat-tail file to disarm the would-be assassin by putting the file down his collarbone and into his heart. Violence was averted in the Senate, and La Follette's opposition was trampled by a stampede to enter the First World War in April 1917. The Wisconsin senator's ringing dissent showcased, though, his fiery style of uncompromising populism that he deployed to forge a new, and in his view, truer, form of democracy. Direct primaries that equipped citizens to use their vote to choose the delegates to party conventions, which selected party candidates. The design of the direct primary and the timing of its initial adoption resulted from the conjuncture of three distinct but intersecting trajectories. The first is the intensifying competition among political and economic elites over the country's direction. Second, ambitious entrepreneurs like La Follette turned to fiery promises to deliver power to the people, to mobilize support and overtake barriers to their political careers. Third, La Follette's innovation of a direct primary extended an institutional pattern of candidate selection that started a century earlier with Jefferson's embrace of mass mobilizing political parties and Jackson's embrace of party conventions to empower the people in candidate selection. The past equipped progressive reformers with a tangible focus on convention delegates, but it also narrowed their options for feasible change. Even as La Follette and other prominent progressives routinely appealed to mobilize the public and strengthen its power, they rejected the explicit assaults of anti-regime populists against the authority and legitimacy of representative government itself. While the direct primary's advocates abhorred sedition, they also showed little concern with the enduring consequences of institutional reform for the durability of democratic procedures and rules, a preoccupation of James Madison and early 19th century state builders. Progressive reforms pose other puzzles. Direct primary advocates appealed to the commitments of Jefferson and others to political equality and consent of the governed. But their handiwork contributed to the exclusionary structures of race and gender in the 19th and 20th centuries. In particular, Southern states seized on primary elections to sustain racial hierarchies. Claims about the democratic intent of progressives often omit race and the contested and contradictory character of the new candidate selection mechanism. Contemporary observers often mistakenly blame the prevalence of presidential primaries today with their launching by progressives a century ago. The reality, however, is that the reform was opposed and stopped in the early 20th century. Established party organizations effectively resisted primaries to preserve their institutional position and political power. The opposition, though, was broader and more compelling. Progressive state and local reformers and prominent intellectuals, like Herbert Croly and Walter Lippmann, were alarmed by the threat of direct primaries to the authority, legitimacy, and functioning of representative democracy. Their resistance forced a debate over the form of American democracy and surfaced an alternative direction: fewer elections of greater importance within the framework of representative institutions. For nearly half a century after the adoption of presidential primaries peaked in the 1920s, their expansion was watered down, blocked, or repealed. By the 1968 Democratic Nominating Convention, it was still possible for Hubert Humphrey to be selected as the party's presidential candidate without running in a single primary. Although today the presidential primary is commonly equated with democracy, a critical mass of progressives a century ago argued the opposite, that it would weaken representative government. This chapter examines the origins of the presidential primary, its adoption, and its stalling out by the 1920s. The origins and development of America's elaborate candidate selection process was shaped by sustained conflict, defeat, and, decades later, an unexpected revival. We begin by situating the push for direct primaries within the broader progressive agenda to mitigate monopolies and trusts. Elite competition and institutional change. In 1832, Andrew Jackson heralded party conventions as the mechanism to put power over candidate selection in the hands of the people. Jackson's soaring democratic rhetoric quickly gave way to a process in which dueling factions vied for control over candidate nominations in state and presidential contests. The scrum of party conventions chafed against the democratic ideals associated with political parties, candidate selection, and American elections that Jefferson and Jackson instilled. The result was a series of flashpoints. In 1884, Republican reformers, known as mugwumps, bolted from their party to the Democratic Party in protest of the sway of money, and in the process aided the election of Democratic presidential candidate Grover Cleveland. Into the 1890s and the early 20th century, the agrarian and labor populists organized millions of Americans into a grassroots movement against self-serving political parties, which were in cahoots with the economic interests that suppressed unions and deflated farm prices, manipulated financial markets, imposed high interest rates, foreclosed on properties, and in the case of railroad monopolies, charged exorbitant transportation fees. Some of their proposals are familiar today, like federal income taxes. Others failed to gain legislative traction, especially those that directly assaulted capitalism and private property, with calls for public ownership of banks. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the progressive era emerged with a robust reform agenda to restore economic fairness and opportunity by going back to the first principles of democracy, as La Follette pronounced in a speech at the University of Chicago in 1897. Progressives introduced the Australian ballot to equip citizens to vote in secret, while other steps aimed to overhaul voter registration and election procedures more generally. Reforms of the federal civil service, starting with the Pendleton Act, 1883, targeted the link of government jobs to political favors. They also set out to revive Alexander Hamilton's early promotion in the Federalist Papers and the Washington administration of national administrative capacity to direct America's economic growth. Progressives defined the solution to corruption and democratic decline as requiring a frontal challenge to the political parties that had solidified geographic strongholds. The Democratic Party ruled in the South and parts of the West, and the Republican Party dominated the North. Within each party's regions, they directed political communications and policy debates, organized voters, and used jobs and other favors to discipline government officials. The two parties created formidable political machines that benefited and served state and local interests and fended off threats close to home or from national assertions of power and policy. For ambitious progressive politicians, reform was personal. The rules of the political game at the turn of the previous century obstructed their entry and advancement. Rejection by the rigged political system motivated progressive entrepreneurs to agitate for reform of a system that offered little opportunity to compete for government power. Political conflicts and divisions unsettled the old order and created crevices for political entrepreneurs to fight for a foothold in local, state, and eventually national government office. La Follette discovers the personal rewards of reform. Robert La Follette's career illustrates the significance of closed party organizations to spurring ambitious reformers to strut across the political stage as a man on horseback seeking to popularize a particular reform, in Crowley's memorable description. The Wisconsinites' drive was incubated in early tragedy and aggravated by the political machine's obstruction of his political career. His father, Josiah La Follette, died when he was an infant, and his mother instilled in her son a deep sense of loss that would later provoke him to exhume Josiah's remains and devote much of a day to handling his bones. The haunting grief was compounded by his mother's decision to remarry an older and brutal man, John Saxton, on the false pretense of receiving financial security. Saxton's whippings fed the future politician's abiding resentment that culminated in his stepson's revenge, emotional banishment. The adult La Follette never spoke to his stepfather and omitted any mention of him from his autobiography. The financial pinch that La Follette experienced as a child would revisit his early political campaigns and intensified his incentive to win. Political success brought economic sustenance. "We poor fellows," he confided, "have to earn a living and can only occasionally take a hand in politics." Electoral loss bruised not only his ego, it imperiled his family's finances. La Follette started his political career as a naive and dogged 25-year-old who stumbled into a fight with the local political boss by pursuing the Republican Party nomination for a county office. Despite warnings from the local political machine, he tirelessly campaigned for his party's nomination as district attorney of Dane County, Wisconsin, in 1880. Addressing the party boss in this and later races, "I know of no reason why I should consult you. I've been out in the country consulting the people, and I'm going to consult a good many more." He appealed directly to voters by unleashing a blizzard of speeches and publications over the heads of the party machine. He was rewarded with nomination and election as district attorney, and 4 years later, as a member of Congress. While the local party machine was vulnerable to La Follette's public blitzes, the state political machine held tight control over Republican Party nominations for state office, and used it to defeat his first two gubernatorial campaigns in the closing years of the 19th century, 1896 and 1898. The bosses, La Follette revealed, did not regard the selection of a candidate for governor as a matter in which the voters of Wisconsin were entitled to have any voice. When the state party faced delegates who declared their support for La Follette, it reverted to bribery and intimidation. In a failed effort to bully the financially strapped La Follette, a member of the Wisconsin political machine told him that they shelled out a small fortune $263,000 in today's terms, to secure the necessary delegates. After the Wisconsin political machine squashed La Follette's campaigns for governor, he recrafted his campaign and its message to break through the obstruction and broaden his appeal across parties. In his autobiography, he recounted his efforts to try the experiment of campaigning for reform in an off year by delivering speeches around the state and disseminating them in a newspaper he purchased. He responded to the growing size and interest of his audiences by transforming his campaign strategy to craft an image of a hard-charging reformer battling for democracy. La Follette attached his personal quest for office with the appeals of Jefferson and Jackson for democratic revival. His growing recognition produced an invitation to speak about his reform agenda at the University of Chicago in 1897 and the University of Michigan in 1898. In 1900, reform was the motor for his first successful campaign for governor. He delivered rousing speeches for 8 hours a day in small towns and county fairs, and blanketed Wisconsin voters with printed materials. Political machines offered voters crass favors. In contrast, La Follette offered stirring appeals, information, and concrete promises to improve their lives. La Follette's ferocious public campaigning eventually defeated the machine's obstruction and propelled him to a string of high offices in his home state and Washington, D.C., U.S. House of Representatives, 1885 to 1891, Governor, 1901 to 1906, and U.S. Senator, 1906 to 1925. The disruption of reformers. The challenge of reformers to the established political parties ruptured the Republican Party in 1912. Following Teddy Roosevelt's decision to step down in 1909, he came out of retirement to run for president in 1912 as a progressive alternative to his anointed successor, Robert Taft. Where Teddy Roosevelt, TR, pressed business to strike a square deal with labor, he panned Taft for failing to adequately respond to the damaging effects of monopolies. I am sure he means well, but he means well feebly. He is utterly unfit for leadership, and this is a time when we need leadership. The former president chastised Taft as aiding the forces of reaction and of political crookedness. Taft retaliated by denigrating TR as the greatest menace to our institutions that we have had in a long time. Taft handily defeated TR for the Republican Party's nomination on the first ballot by drawing on loyalties purchased with federal patronage, the self-interested support of the Republican Party machine, and conservative forces opposed to TR's progressive agenda. The ambition of progressives split the Republican Party and rattled its established power centers. The division also intensified party competition by advantaging the Democratic Party in 1912. After losing 4 consecutive elections, the Democratic Party's nominee, Woodrow Wilson, prevailed with a plurality, 41.8%, over TR, 27.4%, Taft, 23.2%, and socialist Eugene Debs, 6%. The institutional position of political parties and the path to political power were scrambled. Ambition, rather than reformist zeal, alone drove the new political entrepreneurs and triggered disruption. La Follette's determination produced a string of initially improbable electoral wins in the early 20th century, but also damaging misjudgments that dulled his political prospects. After overcoming his initial gubernatorial defeats, La Follette entered office in 1901 with a sweeping reform agenda that set a model for other states. But he also fueled confusion, opposition, and distrust among lawmakers, which contributed to a string of legislative defeats. Even allies in the state capital pushed back on his hard-driving political style as messianic and browbeating. Some of his proposals passed years after he left office, but La Follette lost battles to enact a host of legislative proposals, including his plan to rewrite the state's taxes by establishing a state income tax, reinstating the inheritance taxes, and increasing corporate taxes. La Follette's single-minded ambition may have contributed to derailing the most promising opening for progressives to establish a toehold in national politics: TR's 1912 campaign. The Wisconsinite refused to support TR in the Stop Taft alliance against the conservatives within the Republican Party. After losing the Republican nomination to Taft, TR bolted to the Progressive Party, which startled La Follette, who had encouraged its development as his own vehicle to run for president. A clash ensued that split progressives who were loyal to La Follette from those who hoped TR would provide the exceptional national visibility and alliances to catapult their movement into the White House. La Follette's explicit reason to oppose TR's nomination was the former president's uncertain commitment to the progressive agenda, though most assumed that the Wisconsinite's own aspirations provided the driving reason, along with his personal animosity. A number of progressives resented La Follette's unrelenting hostility to TR as a contributing factor in his loss. By the 1916 elections, the momentum for reform receded, and the Progressive Party faded, as did La Follette's reputation. Progressive reformers fighting iron-hearted power. Frank Norris's 1901 novel, The Octopus, described a train traveling across California. It whistled for road crossings, for sharp curves, for trestles, ominous notes, hoarse, bellowing, ringing, with the accents of menace and defiance. Norris extends this sensory description of a racing train into a searing metaphor for the brutal seizure of farmland by a railroad monopoly in the San Joaquin Valley. The train becomes a galloping monster, the terror of steel and steam, with its single eye, cyclopean, red, shooting from horizon to horizon. In case we missed the real-world connection, Norris delivers the literary equivalent of a body slam. The train, he reveals, is the symbol of vast power, leaving blood and destruction in its path. The Leviathan, with tentacles of steel, clutching into the soil. The soulless force. The iron-hearted power. The monster. The colossus. The octopus. Norris crystallizes the tumult of the late 19th and early 20th centuries as old economic and social networks collided with sweeping change. The new titanic monopolies and business trusts in railroads, oil, steel, and banking propelled rapid industrialization and triggered labor organizing, employer repression, and electoral fights over worker rights and economic support. Divides over class, religion, ethnicity, race, and gender took on greater public prominence and spilled into workplaces, streets, and elections. America's emerging middle class was swept up in the tumult, and new pressures for association and social solidarity unsettled its values of individualism. Progressives responded to the excesses of business conglomerates by seeking to renew American democracy and build the administrative capacity to reduce corruption, inequality, and the sense of vulnerability that Americans harbored. They defined monopolies and trusts as a clear, tangible enemy and targeted them with economic and regulatory restrictions. Teddy Roosevelt contemned corporate trusts and the malefactors of great wealth. La Follette singled out Standard Oil for having driven people all over this country out of business and crushed competition. Railroads put a chokehold on America. To permit the railroads to control the commerce of the country, La Follette charged, permits the railroads to control the country. Economic salvation lay, he declared, in the emancipation of the people of this country from monopoly control. By breaking up trusts and allowing small independent farmers and businesses to thrive. La Follette connected the attack on economic hard times and corporate power to the need to restore America's founding principles of political equality and popular sovereignty. My own party leaders work for corporations and railroad control, and do not represent the people. The supreme issue that links debates over railroads and other trusts, he proclaimed, is the encroachment of the powerful few upon the rights of the many, separating the people and their government. The influence of financial interests and hostile forces associated with political machines, he warned, were thwarting the will of the people and menacing the perpetuity of representative government through bribing, bossing, and thieving. They, and not citizens, were running their caucuses, naming their delegates, conducting their conventions, nominating party candidates, and controlling legislatures. Under the watchful eye of the political machine, government officials feel responsibility to his master alone, and his master is the political machine of his party. The result, he charged, is that the people ceased to be sovereign, and gone is the government of equal rights and equal responsibilities, which had been the jewel of constitutional liberty. Teddy Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and a stable of astute writers agreed. They too recoiled at the ability of political machines and big business to dominate the political process through the use of bribes and state and local power centers. Instead of checking private interests, elected officials often represented or worked directly for the railroads or other large monopolies. The Democratic Battering Ram. Progressives at the dawn of the 20th century flipped the Constitution's original framework. Instead of limiting government to maximize the liberty of property owners and individuals, they saw monopolies and trusts as the primary menace and welcomed government intervention to offset them. Herbert Croly, one of the Progressives' leading intellectuals, and a co-founder of the New Republic magazine, singled out the monarchy of the Constitution and its conservative shackles as a barrier of progress. The alternative, Woodrow Wilson explained in 1913, was to deploy government as a check on the unbridled power of monopolies and an agent to restore political and civic rights. Freedom today is something more than being let alone. The program of a government of freedom, Wilson insisted, must be positive, not only negative, in order to create fair play between individuals and such powerful institutions as the trusts. To convert government into a force for creating freedom, progressives expanded government's responsibilities and national administrative capacity to intervene in economic and social affairs. Progressives wielded Jefferson's and Jackson's political strategy, activating citizens, for Hamilton's ends, expanding national power. Progressives countered the superior resources and organization of party machines and big business by weaponizing political equality and democratic responsiveness to rally broad and sustained citizen support. Routinely mobilizing citizens required, they appreciated, changes to the interpretation of the Constitution. The Constitution's framers designed it, as we discussed in Chapter 2, to discourage frequent appeals by politicians and avoid a return to the intense public engagement and Robin Hood society environment that blossomed during the dozen years following the Declaration of Independence in 1776. Progressives reinterpreted the Constitution to normalize frequent and direct public appeals as acceptable and, indeed, necessary. Presidents were a particular focal point of progressive efforts to reinterpret the Constitution, to welcome public appeals, to increase the reach and impact of government. T.R. popularized the idea of presidents using their office as a bully pulpit. Chief executives possessed untapped reservoirs of power by capitalizing on their unique visibility and access to the people, and returning to the early 19th century tradition of visiting Congress to deliver the State of the Union address. Woodrow Wilson, as scholar and president, helped pioneer this constitutional reinvention. He calculated that the president could overcome the resistance of Congress and private interests if he became the spokesman for the real sentiment and purpose of the country and gave direction to public opinion. If presidents seized on their opportunities for public promotions, Wilson insisted, they would marshal the political resources to supply national administrative and programmatic direction, despite the defiance of monopolies and state and local party organizations. As progressive politicians fought for a new constitutional interpretation, they seized the opening to routinely make public appeals to promote policy agendas and candidacies against formidable entrenched interests. They singled out the people as the source of their authority and legitimacy. The people had ceased to be sovereign, La Follette thundered in an 1897 speech in Wisconsin, and vowed to secure a government that was a more direct expression of the will of the people. The danger of democracy today, Jan Werner Muller cautions, is populism. It promises to make good on democracy's highest ideal, let the people rule, and speaks the language of democratic values but produces an end result that is anti-democratic. In the United States, some historians charged that 19th century populism was a movement of white farmers who responded to their decline by scapegoating immigrants, Jews, and others. U.S. populism, however, has also been a powerful political tool to incite secular redemption and democratic renewal. The 19th century agrarian and labor populists argued for returning to the guarantees of the Declaration of Independence and Constitution for political equality and representation. By contrast, European and Latin American populists toppled the rule of law and democratic practice to concentrate power in the hands of a national charismatic leader. Progressives like La Follette were avowedly pragmatic populists who mobilized millions while abiding by the Constitution, rule of law, and civil liberties. The Wisconsinite repeatedly anchored his populist appeals in the foundation of the representative system. For La Follette, his respect for the constitutional framework endured over the decades, even as he suffered legislative and electoral defeats, and was hung in effigy in retaliation for his opposition to arming the merchant marines prior to America's entry into World War I. Pragmatic populism trumpeted core democratic values, political equality, and popular sovereignty. La Follette heralded America's founding values of equal voice, equal rights, and equal responsibilities, and the fundamental principle that each citizen shall have equal voice in government. Restoring political equality animated his political agenda. He consistently lambasted the political machine for replacing government of equal rights with manipulation, scheming, trickery, fraud, and corruption. The direct primary, the Wisconsinite repeatedly promised, was the constitutional means to strengthen the scheme of representation by equipping voters to hold the trustee to account directly in the discharge of his trust. It would ensure, he vowed, that every citizen will share equally in the nomination of the candidates of his party. Every member of a party would possess equal voice in making nominations of candidates. He embraced institutional change to rebuild the spirit and the very life of representative government. La Follette and progressive political reformers made missteps, as we discuss. Unleashing an anti-democratic insurrection against the Constitution is not one. Designing the direct primary. The agitation by political entrepreneurs clamoring for a new opportunity structure and their pragmatic populism generated the impetus for reforming the rules of the game at the turn of the last century. The particular content and form of institutional change were not dictated, however, by the propulsive force of populism. Rather, the direct primary's design flowed from a separate trajectory. The institutional pattern that equated democracy with a mass-mobilizing political party and the selection of candidates by delegates at party conventions who were fresh from the people, as Andrew Jackson put it. The most fundamental of all reforms. Why did reformers latch on to the inner mechanism of political party nominations as imperative for American democracy? Other democratic countries built new political parties, constructed enduring coalitions with a broad range of interests, farmers, labor, or business, and generally changed the structure of politics. Some have come to use primary elections, but none use them as extensively nor attach as much importance to them as the United States. La Follette's thwarted personal ambition and populist inclinations created a template for a trial-and-error search for a novel signature reform that would energize his campaigns and rally support to attack and, if possible, overthrow the whole system. His hunt focused on existing political institutions, all the laws relative to caucuses and convention. Confining himself to working within these established parameters, La Follette discovered that in the 1800s, a small number of counties in Pennsylvania, New York, California, and elsewhere were quietly using a direct primary as part of the process for selecting candidates and party officials. These efforts were largely unknown through the country, and few appreciated their broader potential as a practical threat to the domination of candidate nominations by party machines and as a winning political issue. La Follette's innovation was to propose the wide adoption of direct primaries, require their widespread use in selecting candidates for office, and direct them toward toppling the political machine. La Follette trumpeted the direct primary in his 1900 gubernatorial campaign as the most fundamental of all reforms. The political machines, he charged, stand between the voter and the official and thwart the will of the voter and rule official conduct. He offered a path forward, equipping citizens to nominate candidates through their own votes and compelling government officers to respond to public opinion. Whoever seeks to thwart or defeat the direct primary, he declared, is an enemy of representative government and will face a fight that will continue to victory with no halt and no compromise. Under La Follette's pressure, Wisconsin pioneered the use of direct primaries to select delegates among individuals competing to attend the party convention. The delegate primary was later replaced with candidate primaries, in which the name of the candidate, and not the delegate, appeared on the ballot. Wisconsin's Republican Party embraced delegate primaries in its 1898 convention platform. Within a few years, the Wisconsin legislature approved a referendum for direct primaries to select candidates for all state-level offices. It passed with 62% support in 1904. The primary for state offices was expanded to presidential races in 1911. The constraint of reform. While La Follette and his allies prided themselves in designing a novel political reform, the changes they proposed were constrained and enabled by two features of America's institutional pattern of politics. First, they were tethered to a path of political development pioneered by Jefferson and Jackson that equated democracy with political parties and their internal operations to nominate candidates. Second, institutional patterning constrained La Follette, but also created advantages for drawing support. He was positioned to present the direct primary in the early 20th century as an incremental change. States could adopt it and, if they disliked its effects, reverse their decision. The reform did not threaten sweeping structural change. In addition, building on an existing and familiar system of party nominations retained procedures and rules that were known by the political class and many citizens. Familiarity with the party and convention processes for nomination helped woo politicians and their allies, who may have immediately recoiled at the prospect of learning an entirely new process. For instance, T.R. channeled his challenge to Taft for the Republican Party's 1912 nomination into presidential primary elections, the first of its kind. He calculated that the primary offered the most feasible route to overcome the party machine. When T.R.'s gambit prompted the Taft campaign to refuse to face primary voters, he seized on it as a campaign issue that was readily understandable to politicians and engaged citizens. Are the American people fit to govern themselves, to rule themselves, to control themselves? He asked in a much-touted March 1912 speech in New York's Carnegie Hall. I believe they are. My opponents do not. Woodrow Wilson publicly came out in favor of the direct primary in his first message to Congress as president in 1913. In his precedent-breaking decision to present his State of the Union address in person, he called for the prompt enactment of legislation to provide for primary elections throughout the country. For Wilson, his support of the primary boosted his reform credentials, without deeply disturbing supporters in the Democratic Party establishment. It was seen as a manageable or perhaps unavoidable change.